This mic on?
Whoa!
Oh, Jesus Christ. All right. Welcome to day 2 of the Berlin Dance Music event. I'm super excited for this panel. My name is Cameron. We're going to be talking about future trends in A&R. The guests on the panel are B from Universal, Stephanie from Sony, and Tim from CTM. Can you guys just introduce yourself and tell the guests a bit about what you do and everything?
Oh, should I start? Okay. Hi, guys. My name is Berenike, but that's really hard to pronounce, so just B. I've been working at Universal Music Polydor Island for now 2 years, and we're currently in the process of rebranding Island as a Just Dance brand, and I'm currently focusing on that.
Hello, my name is Stephanie Maguire. I used to work at BMG Publishing. That's where I started my A&R job. Before that, I did tour managing and managing artists, especially DJs who are touring globally. And then I turned to the A&R side of the music industry, started at BMG, went very well. I went over to the competitor CTM, which is a very cool indie publishing company. And I had a blast. I worked there for 4 years. I went from A&R to senior A&R international pretty fast. I was running the international department there, taking care of the international writers and getting a lot of opportunities in for them. But I realized that publishing A&R wasn't enough for me anymore. I really love publishing, but I want to do more. So I started my own company on the 1st of January this year. I'm running 2 management companies at the moment, and I am consulting for Sony, Benelux, but I specifically do A&R consultancy for their international roster, which is Sam Veld, Lost Frequencies, and Martin Garrix. So that's what I'm doing now.
Amazing.
And I'm Tim Toad. I'm the publishing manager for CTM Publishing. Started off as a creative assistant, then A&R, head of A&R. And then I left to work at Warner Music Records as a record label A&R for the Benelux. And I returned as the publishing manager, overseeing our local and international roster.
Awesome. So I guess like with all the history of moving from different companies and publishing agencies, I think it would be a good topic to discuss what you've noticed over the evolution and role of A&R throughout the years, and maybe some key points of where you think it could be heading in the future, and the significant changes that could be happening.
Yes?
Tim? Yeah, sure, take it.
Cool. Well, I think over the last couple of years, the music industry has been dominated by really fast success with songs going viral on TikTok. Which is a great way for quick success, but not really for a long career. And it's also really hard for an A&R because you get lucky sometimes, you sign the right things, but there's no strategy involved. It's just, it pops off or it doesn't. And now recently we've been noticing more and more that, you know, TikTok has been used more as a proper marketing tool for artists to build a longer career and really establish a fan base instead of just trying to aim for a viral hit, which I don't think is... As an A&R, you're really involved in that. It's just about who can make the best deal on a very short notice. With, to be honest, the best deal is very subjective. It's usually a shit deal. I feel like the industry is more evolving into a little bit more old school A&R, whereby we really develop artists again and try to work on long-term connections.
Amazing. Stephanie, what would you say are some of the core elements involved in throughout your time in the A&R field and publishing that really like affect the decisions and growth and build of the artists that are involved within in these companies?
So what I've really realized over the last 7 years is that the A&R role really evolved into being so much more than only picking out what single we're releasing or what the album should sound like. I'm involved with even talking about the tours, the merchandise, branding. Do you need an accountant? I know a guy, absolutely. So it's an extension more of the management team, and you're doing so much more than just A&Ring, which I really like. I like to be very much involved with the artists, and especially because we realized the last 3 years, every label has a flagging system. If a TikTok goes through the roof, everybody gets an email. Every president of every major label gets the same one and will call that particular artist and tries to sign it. But the longevity of that career is not there because the story is not ready, the branding is not ready, blah, blah, blah. So we realized that now after 3 years of signing pretty harshly in the industry with TikTok viral hits, is that it's pretty hard to sustain that career. So I believe that now we really need to start, if you have the viral hit and you drag in fans, and they come to your social media, your whatever platform they're going to, they need to be triggered. Like, oh my God, it's actually a cool person. Oh my God, the story behind it is very, very cool. Otherwise, you will lose it, and it's just going to be song-driven. Yeah. So that's now, I think the A&Rs are gonna have, the quality has to be more variety. You have to think about storytelling, about branding, how it's going to be visualized, and all those things. And I think that we lost that a bit for the last few years.
Yes, for sure. And I know earlier we were chatting about, like, on the same topic, as the people are craving the craftsmanship of these A&R strategies also, to make like a really big, significant difference within these artists. What would you say, like, for you, just off the top of your head, are some of these key strategies that you think can really evolve this, like, craving of craftsmanship through A&R?
So there is a trend going on TikTok and Instagram and stuff, and I have a few examples. It's called the founder marketing strategy, which you're not only releasing a product or a song, but you're actually showing how it's been made and who is involved and what is the story. And you can really see that Billie Eilish is doing that very, 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 on a very global scale. Like, she's talking about how the song was written. She talks about how her LP artwork came about in a very long interview, and they cut it up in very, like, small snippets. But you can see the whole process of her album and how it's been made, and that's what you really see, that fans are craving that. So we're trying to do the same with our artists at Sony as well. So we have like a branding team that is there from the jump, from the first meeting, and we work closely together to how we're going to tell that story. Yeah. For Semfel, we have a very, very big release coming out in almost 5 weeks with big artists. I can't tell yet, but we're now already talking about how are we going to tell that story? How are we going to put that in the market? Which content are we going to record the coming weeks? Not only releasing, not only a video clip, not only an artwork. That's not going to be enough anymore. Okay. So that's what we really see nowadays in the industry. So
super interesting. And I think that actually can follow up really nicely for a question that I have for you, B. We spoke earlier about how this all will revolve around the strategies of marketing, and maybe you can tell us, like, some innovative marketing strategies that you have in mind in terms of this uniqueness for craftsmanship for artists.
I think it's more about, or just in general, right? In the last few years, like you said, it was all about TikTok. We all specialized so bad on TikTok. We just signed from TikTok. We found artists there. The artists just worked themselves into it, trying to get it viral, and that was all it. And I feel like nowadays, especially because Universal had this huge fight with TikTok and we couldn't do anything on it for like 90 days, which was really hard for us. But honestly, on those 90 days, we realized that I mean, obviously it was really bad for our artists, right? Because like the main marketing platform was gone. But at the end of the day, I feel like it was good because we finally moved away from that. So we kind of focused more on, okay, we're not going to sign the next viral hit and just throwing money on the wall. It will be about, okay, long-term artist career development, what we all crave, and I feel like that's what the people that are listening at the end of the day are craving as well. And so that from the A&R side, on the marketing side, it was like, okay, guys, we can't use TikTok anymore. What are we going to do? And we found out, obviously, yes, there's Instagram Reels and there are YouTube Shorts and stuff. But the interesting thing was that the conversion from those platforms was so much higher than from TikTok to Spotify. So any other platform, the conversion just overall was way higher to Spotify, and the listeners just grew and grew and grew. And we, by example, 2 artists of mine called Evelyn Rocks, and still like newcomers, but we grew their whole audience. Thank you. We grew the whole audience in 2 months from absolutely nothing to 1 million monthly listeners, and now around, what was it, like 50K monthly, 50K followers on Instagram. Is it 1 million monthlies? I don't know, but it is a high number when we started, because we absolutely started from scratch. There was not one song out, and I think that was so interesting to see how much faster you can grow an audience if you're not only focusing on TikTok.
For sure, and I think a key thing from that is like adapting to the trends, right? Like things change a lot, and obviously you said this fight through TikTok and Universal. If I'm not mistaken, you had to like think on your feet in a way. Maybe you can elaborate on adapting to the trend and things that happen in the industry that you're gonna have to change it up sometimes. And yeah,
Well, I think we're drifting a little bit, from A&R towards more to marketing. If I'm being honest, I think what we shouldn't forget is that at the core of all of this is that there has to be a really good song. And it doesn't matter how good your marketing strategy is. If the song's shit, it still won't catch on. And I think that's what a lot of people, and that's unfortunately the downside of having such huge followings and less gatekeepers now in our industry, is that everyone can make music and release it. And if you've already had a huge follower base, that will mean that the song will probably chart or do well. That doesn't really mean it's still a good song, because they will tend to disappear within a really, really short time. And so I'm a huge fan of Noah Kahan, who's a Universal artist actually. And I think he's a great example of someone who wrote an exceptional album. I think it's really one of the best albums that was released in the last couple of years. It was really great songs, and used TikTok to promote his music, and not the other way around. It was like TikTok wasn't the basis for him to be so big. And that's the thing, like, yes, you can have great marketing, but you can't polish a turd. If the song's shit, people won't listen to it. So I feel that for a lot of the writers and artists there, and also their teams, it's about making the right connections, still finding the right people, and yes, then you can work on the story and really explain it, get the people in there, get them involved. But at the end of the day, it's really about writing something that sticks with the people.
Also, sorry to add to that, I feel like at the end of the day, yes, it's about the song and also about the vision that the artist has for himself, because I feel like we can only add so much to an artist, but an artist himself has to have the vision. That's a problem with so many artists that are going viral on TikTok, because I feel like at the end of the day they had this lucky shot, but they didn't prepare for this. They don't really have a vision. They don't know, okay, what's next? And we can only add so much to it, but most of the time people will recognize if it's not, I hate that word, but authentic, if it's not authentic. So I feel like that adds to that a bit as well.
Yeah, and also adding on to this is that, they have this one song that comes out and then they don't have a follow-up. And then that's really where we come in, is like, okay, what's the plan? Like, yeah, we can release it, but if it goes well, we need to follow up with something else. And it doesn't even need to be a bigger hit, but just also a little bit to playing on the algorithms, on the content, on having shows that you can play multiple songs on, whatever. And that's where it usually kind of goes down with all those big, quick hits. It's just like they don't have a next step. So now they have it. It's like a dog chasing a car. Like they caught it, but they don't know what to do with it. Yeah. And I think that's really where our expertise comes in. It's like, no, we wait until with the release because we need 5 more songs and then we can start it. And this is our plan for like the next 24 months maybe. Instead of just like, we'll drop and we'll see what happens. Like with 50 to 100,000 songs releasing daily, that's not a strategy.
Yeah, there's so much music coming out. So I guess the word that you don't like is authentic. You have to be in some sort of way. But I guess besides all of the, having a lot of records ready for after the big one that comes out, and what your guys' role play a really important part in like guiding that strategy for them afterwards, on a more like personal level as an artist with authenticity, what could you say, either for established or non-established artists, is some key things that you look out for in a way? And I know that might be quite a broad question, because a lot of factors can make someone authentic in a way that stands out from many different people. But personally, maybe what captures you guys, or yeah, is it something that's completely different about going against the trend on socials, or just their personal being when they're at shows and meeting people afterwards? Is it the music? Like, well, what could it be from, like, I would love to know from each of you what something that captures you in that way that goes, oh, I want to work with this artist.
Take it away, B.
Yeah. Honestly, though, I mean, this sounds really romantic, right? But I feel, for me, if I feel something while hearing music, that's the thing. Just, it's a gut feeling, yeah, and also just like if I have the feeling that it moves something in me, I mean, that's ideal, right? But sometimes, obviously, we have to chase things that are where we don't have this feeling, where it's just the numbers. But most of the time, if we just see talent and we have this gut feeling that it really touches me, then I'm going after that, honestly.
I had the same back in the days, but after 6-7 years working in publishing, label and stuff, I realized that, yeah, it starts with a feeling. It starts with a gut feeling. It starts with an artist and music that really moves me. But when that happens, I have multiple conversations with an artist because I want to know his character. Is it a hard worker? Is it a well seen guest in a studio? Is it because you need to have a good character? You have to have talent. You need to work hard. You have to have a good character because otherwise, you won't make it with just talent anymore. That's it. There's way too much competition. There's way too much music out there, and if you sign an artist and you sign an artist deal, you're committed for a few years. You need to work and grind together for a long time. So it starts with the feeling, then comes the conversation. So it starts with the heart, and then comes the mind. And I haven't signed a lot of people because in the end, after a few conversations, I just realized I'm not the person for that team or for that artist, just because the work ethic is different than mine, or it's just so many aspects before I signed. Back in the days, I signed a lot. I was like, you're talented, you're with me. You're talented, I'm signing. And I learned the hard way. That's not, maybe that's personal, that's not for me. I want to work hard. I want to be very invested. I want to be talking to somebody every single day if needed. And if we don't match on that level, then you're going to have a really hard time. And then I can't break an artist.
Yeah.
And adding on to what they're saying, and I completely agree, I think then also looking at yourself and the company you work with is like, are we the best match? Like sometimes, yes, you can have a good connection. Yes, the artist, you know, you have the gut feeling. Yeah. You feel like, yeah, he's a good or she's a good artist and we can work together. But you might not have the network that really helps them. You know, I mean, we at CTM, we are very much focused on kind of top 40 pop music. And there's a lot of stuff I really love out there. I'm a huge death metal fan, so I listen to that a lot in my own time. I won't sign those bands. You know, I can't add anything to their career, so it doesn't make sense for me to work with them. But doesn't mean I won't enjoy it. Doesn't mean I won't like the people. You know, I think if you go into this multi-year commitment, you need to be aware of what you can bring to the table as well, instead of just signing someone for the sake of signing them.
Yeah, I think that's super important. You know, I think a lot of artists are wanting the perfect A&R, but it's the one, yeah, I guess that will work the best with you, you know. And I think this can also raise another question and conversation point in a sense is you're not just signing just talent anymore. It has to click with you, and I think that can really bring a good conversation about like organic growth throughout the person. It can't just be like this is my A&R manager, whatnot, but this has also got to be my friend that I like, friend in a sense that I like deeply believe in. Like these conversations should happen every day because there's so much passion from this person and passion from the A&R. Maybe we could touch on that conversation for a bit.
Yeah, I think also at the end of the day, most of the deals you will get offered are pretty much the same. Like, if whether you sign with Sony or Universal, the deal that you will be offered will be fairly similar. I think, because we all have the same data sets and tools, and it's the same in publishing. There's actually, some things in publishing are actually structured by law. So, there's already things in place that that will be in the deal. So I feel from both sides that you're starting to work. Like what we do a lot is that we will start to work with someone just for a couple of weeks or months, kind of do some sessions, see how it goes. Like if that person shows up 5 times late, I'm like, okay, cool. So that's not great to work with. Or whatever the communication is going hard, or it's going like exceptionally well as well. It might motivate me even more to try to sign them. So getting back on that, I feel like you should always go for the team that you think will work hardest for you, because at the end of the day, the deal will be pretty much the same. And I think even most of the labels or publishers, if the competitor has offered a better deal, but they want to sign with you, they will be able to match that other deal and be like, okay, fine, we'll go with that deal, and then we go for it, because they still want to sign you. And then, I'd rather have a whole team of people working super hard for me instead of having that 1 or 2% better in my deal, and then not having anyone do shit for me.
Yeah. And also, I really want to jump in on this as well, is that I have one advice for any aspiring artist, producer, and songwriter. Whenever you have a deal on the table, you're signing with a company, you're not signing with an A&R. So if I get a phone call for Ashley Calhoun in Pulse in America, I leave. I'm very ambitious. I want to go and I want to conquer the whole world. So if you sign with a company, make sure you demand to speak with the marketing manager who's going to work on your thing. The product manager you need to speak to. The legal department. Just speak to everybody that's going to be involved in your career, not just the A&R or the GM that's going to be flowing in to get you to sign the contract. Make sure you know the company. You have to be very comfortable with the company you're signing with.
Be very aware of everyone involved. Yes. Because I think a lot of people have made that mistake in a sense, that they really get a lot of trust within the GM or something, course, and the A&R, and then it just,
that's what we do.
They don't
We're charming.
click with anyone else. For sure. No, that's super interesting. And in terms of like these artists looking, would you say like persistence in a sense? Obviously you guys go out and look for the next big thing, or to build the next big thing, but for other up and coming even bedroom DJ producers, whatnot, does something like persistence in them constantly reaching out attract you guys, and in what way does it?
Ooh, that's a good question. I think persistence is a very good quality to have if you're talented and if you make good music. That's a very big key factor, to be honest, because I've been stalked by artists that are just not good enough. And they can probably do a lot of cool shows and do something in their town or whatever, but yeah, if you have the talent and you have a very cool work ethic, you've done a lot of things self, you have looked through Google for years and found out everything you need to know yourself about your own career, and then you go find us, the A&Rs. Absolutely, persistence is key. Yeah.
I think.
But do your homework before, and check not your mother for feedback, because she's gonna think you're the best in the world.
Yeah, true.
Maybe go out and about and ask random strangers, what do you think of the quality of my music? Or like, there's so many ways, and then absolutely persistence, I think, is very, very key. But yeah, talent comes really first.
I also think that like being your own A&R is so important. Like, I had this guy who would send me like 10 demos every month. I think he might be the first guy I actually told, like, stop sending me stuff. Like, usually I'm always like super open to demos, but if you send me like for a year, every month I get 10 demos and there's not a single song that I like that's a lot of songs. And like I'd rather if you work on something that you think is absolutely great and then send it over. And I think also people should be aware, like, music is great. I think especially nowadays it's way more accessible to make something really cool. But also be aware that when you reach out to us, we do this for a living. So our goal is to be commercially successful, and whether it be on streaming or on airplay or on live shows or whatever, this is our career. So, and it's also fine to have music just as a hobby, which is super cool to do and just have fun with it. But then when you reach out to us, we look at it from the eye, like, can we make this a commercial success? Like, to be super blunt, can we make money with this? And it's not like money should never be the goal, but it's all, it's something that we need to get this industry going. And it's cool if you just want to make music. Like, I do sports for fun. Like I don't expect to be a professional athlete, and I just do it because I like it. And it's the same with music. And I feel like a lot of these people are reaching out. It's like, I made a song in my bedroom. That's cool. Like you haven't even invested into a studio. It's super expensive. Yeah, cool. But if you want to take this serious, you have to invest in this stuff. Because why would we invest in you if you don't do it yourself? 100%. And I think that's like a big thing. Like, you can be persistent, but if you don't take it seriously, or you just want to do it as a hobby, that's fine. But then don't reach out to us. Like, there's no point in it.
Yeah.
I think another thing, though, especially if you're a bit longer in the industry than I am, but overall, I think it's not that long. But
Thank you.
But I think overall, it's really interesting to see, even for me, after 5 years being in the industry, it's like how. Because you probably have the same, right? When you started and you get in contact with like the first artists and they're like too small or whatever, and you see their way and and that's what persistency is as well, they just don't have the success they want, but they keep trying, they keep releasing for years and years and years. And for example, Bund, right? He didn't have like that big of success for years. And then obviously, TikTok came around, but he had his moment. And everyone just sees that one moment, but it took him, I think, over 5 or 6 years. He wanted to quit. He had 3 daytime jobs just to finance his studios and his sessions and da-da-da-da-da-da. And no one sees that, obviously, because he was just there popping off and everything was nice, and now he's touring through New York. But those like 10 years before or 5 years before, where he was really, really struggling, no one saw that. So I think, besides talent and everything, but consistency overall, persistency is so important at the end of the day,
And what you said as well, like hard work beats talent if talent doesn't work hard. I think that's a great motto to live by in this industry. And then even if you do everything right and if we do everything right, still doesn't mean that you can be successful. Like, unfortunately, and I think luckily as well, there's no blueprint for success in this industry. But it can be a really frustrating business. Like, to have a depressing statistic is that I think 184 million songs were released last year. Crazy. Of which 400,000 reached over 1 million streams. So that means 183.5 million have not reached a million streams. And I know a million streams seems daunting when you're an upcoming artist, but from the industry perspective, it's nothing. It's really nothing. And I think 12 songs reached 1 billion streams. Just 12. So just to give you an idea, and then 1 million streams translates to 3,000 euros plus minus on the record label side, 800 on the publishing side. So it's no money still. So you have to get at least 10, 50 million streams to get your yearly kind of salary out of it.
Yeah. And I just want to.
But it's fun.
Yeah. No, it's great.
Woo.
I just want to go back to that point on how you said that you value. If you're going to invest in an artist, you have to see them investing in themselves, right? And I think also personally from my side as an artist as well as a producer and a DJ, I've definitely invested in myself and I've seen growth from this. And the investment side has definitely been more from, working with artists, putting money into the studio, music promotion and stuff like this. But I can definitely say one thing that I maybe lack on the side of investing myself is like what we've been talking about, is this huge social media type stuff, this TikTok and all of that. And I feel like I'm an artist that I definitely want to, show the world on the social media aspect myself, about me. I do definitely value myself much more in personal connection and stuff like this. So I haven't put that money also massively into TikTok or social media and stuff, and I have been seeing a lot of, I don't know if it's a trend going around, but people phoning labels or A&Rs getting back to people and saying, hey, unfortunately, you're not on 50,000 followers on Instagram and you're not on a million followers on TikTok yet. When you do, we will reach you. And I think there's a balance between keeping yourself, I guess, organic in a way. I don't know if that's the right way to say it. But overall, I'm just wanting to know, how important for you is it to see that they're investing in their social media? Or is there a side where you can go, okay, he's invested in his music, the collaborations he's doing, the music promotion side of things, and the social media is lacking a bit, but you know what, I think I could really take on someone like this?
So, for example, we tackled this with Sam Felt, for example. He tours a lot. He's not an influencer. He's a music man. He's on all main stages. So what we did with him is that we just went and we brainstormed with each other, with team branding, with A&R, with the boss of Sony, and we made a brand deck for him that really explained who he is as a person. And it became, like one meeting, it became totally clear where we were going for. So his concept, am I allowed to say it? I am allowed to say it. Is seriously fun. So he's very serious. He loves to work. He has a foundation. He has a Heartful Records. He's a businessman. But he's also a fun character to work with. And he is also always smiling. So his concept is seriously fun. What makes it very easy whenever we do a rollout in strategy for social media, we know what kind of content we need to make with him. Or as an A&R, I get a lot of demos in. Like I counted it an average of 50 a day. And for me now, it's very easy for him to pick songs for him because we have made a brand deck. It's seriously fun. So a very down and very singer-songwriter that has a very sad theme could be a very cool song, but it's not on brand. Mm-hmm. So to say that something is not on brand helps very much for the artist as well. So I know what to do, Sam knows what to do, the product manager knows what to do, because we talked about it and we put it on a deck. We just put the vision on paper. And that really helps out with everything, also in the social media way. You see it really on social media. He's now way more active than he's ever been because we just know what to do and we know how to portray him and profile him.
Yeah.
So I advise that to do not only A&R from the beginning, but also think of which story you want to tell. And for me, if we know what story we're going to tell, it doesn't matter for me if you don't have any followers. Because you can grow following overnight.
Yeah.
You can grow so fast if you have the right story.
The story that would like relate to your person,
absolutely,
right?
Yeah. And don't do dances if you're not a dancer. If you like, don't let yourself be forced to doing things like TikToks and Instagrams that you don't really feel in the core, because that won't resonate with any audience for sure.
Also, sorry, just to add to that, I feel like there are obviously, we all know artists that don't want to be in front of a camera, they don't want to dance and everything, yeah. But also because obviously what we feel, right, when we first hear music, there are so many ways to portray it. If it's just you running along the beach, right, and just like taking mood videos or pictures or whatever, and that's like your whole brand, that's it. That can be it. You don't have to show your character, you don't have to show your personality, but that might work as well. And that works, though. It's just about the feeling that you portray, what you hear as well. And if that's like your thing, that's your thing. You just have to stick with it. And most of the time it works. Consistency.
Yeah, I think it's definitely overthinking like what your natural things are to do. But then when it's on a camera, I guess, you just start second guessing things a bit.
Hard,
yeah. I guess I think it would be really cool to know, and it can come from each of you, is like a cool little story, or not even a story, but like some things of artists that you've worked with that made them their hard work and their talent like really super nice to deal with and grow them to a big scale, or on the path to a really big scale.
Good question.
Tim, do you want to take this one?
Yeah, so I think my kind of stokpaardje, I don't know what it is in English. The guy I'm maybe most proud of is Marv, who I signed a couple of years ago. So I got an email from a random manager who I didn't know, and he was like, hey, I work with this guy called Marcus. He's a DJ, he's a producer, he can sing, and he also looks really good. Maybe we can do a meeting, and with a SoundCloud link, and that's it. There was no music out, like nothing. And I listened to the music, and I was like, that's really cool. We like this. So we met up at a really good meeting, did some sessions. We signed him for a pretty easy deal, and like not a crazy amount of money. And that's also a funny part, like how it can go in our industry, especially on the publishing side, because you work on a broader scale with people, not just for their own project. So he's a DJ himself, but he also writes with this other guy, and he's called Fleming, and he's now the biggest Dutch artist in Holland, of course, who just got his first diamond, the first ever diamond award for his record. And Marcus co-wrote all the songs. But on the other hand, he still has his own career. Has had some really good cuts with Nicky Romero and with Kaze and with some big names in there. And he's just been grinding, and we've worked with him ever since, from no releases till now, like multi-platinum Booma Award-winning writer. And part of it was, we did our job. Part of it was just recognizing the talent, signing him, and a part's also getting a little bit lucky. Because I talked to Fleming as well, didn't sign him. Obviously, regret that. We did put out an offer, but he didn't take it. But at that point, they hadn't written the big first hit single yet, so I wasn't too sure about it. But it's just it was just great to work with him. We're in Stockholm a couple of months now already, to work on new music, and he's working with Fleming on his new album, and also now getting into studios with other people, and just to be part of someone's career from start till now, and just see it grow, and now him buying his house, building his studio, has just been a great,
really amazing,
great part. Yeah. It was great to be a part of that. And then when I left CTM for 2 years and Steph took over, she did a great job in handling it. And then when I came back, I had the honor. Then you left, and then I had the honor to renew the deal, and he was still super happy. And that's also, he signs with the company, not just with me, but we were both happy that we could continue to work together. And can be tough sometimes as well. I mean, sometimes we have discussions about work and about his focus. But I think being there from day one has made it that we feel like partners in this. We've also signed some really big artists who were already big artists at that point. And it's a little bit different because you always get the feeling like, they could also leave the company. They're already so big and we didn't build them. We're doing a great job now. But if someone else comes in with a better deal or whatever, it's always a little bit more tricky.
Yeah.
But when you've built it from the beginning, like he came to me earlier this year and was like, Tim, I don't want to leave, but I need some money to extend the deal so I can buy my house. Can we extend it now? I know we still have like 8 months to go, but you have to help me out. And we had like a super honest conversation about it. We were able to make it happen, and then I love the honesty in that relationship.
That's awesome.
I think from my end, when I started so there was a girl I found on Instagram, right? There was nothing. We met. It was during COVID, and I didn't write it, but she wrote a song in that session, and when I first met her, she told me like her plan for her whole music career which was insane, right? And she told me, at the end we signed her, and she, like I said, we just did the session, we released that song out of that session, which made her super, super famous. She's now the biggest female act in Germany. But in that meeting, she told me the whole plan. It was insane. She told me, okay, my first album is going to have 12 tracks. All tracks are going to have a different color. So you're going to hear, if you hear the song, you hear a color. The second album is going to be like that. The third album is going to be like that. Wow. And it was all planned. It was insane. I never experienced something like this. And it's everything that she's like, all the success she's currently having. She now has a feature with Apache, and it's like #1 currently in Germany as well. But the thing is, everything that she's doing, also in that first session, she was like, okay, I want to have a feature with Apache. I know it will take time, and now I think 2.5 years later, she got it. It was like manifested. It was all planned, but I never met someone that was so focused, that had that kind of a plan. And like I said, when we had that first session, there was nothing. She just had Instagram. She didn't even have TikTok. It was all from the start. It was insane to see. So I don't even remember your question, but I just wanted to tell that story.
I think that's perfectly fine. I love that.
But also just like setting your goals makes it so much easier for us as well, that we know what we want to work towards, because it's your own career. Yeah. And it's so cool to hear that she manifested and was like, no, I want to do this. And then you know also what you want to do for her to help her to get there. Makes it so much easier.
You should have it all planned out. But I do want to leave some time for questions for everyone. If anyone has any questions, please raise your hand. And could we get a microphone, please? Thank you.
Up front here. Gentlemen.
Hey guys, thank you for the insights. It was really great. My name is Iman. I run a little record label and did Music Berlin, and I have like 12 to 13 artists on it. really good friends. We are a community and really support each other. So my question is, how do you then scale it from there? Scale a record label, which is running really well, but the attention is there, but of course financially for a very independent label. So I do the A&R, I do everything myself, write them stories and keep supporting. So my question is, how do you then put a scale the record label from there, if that makes sense?
That's a very, very, very difficult question. I'm an A&R. I'm not a GM of Sony or a strategist, which involve growing companies. But what I would say is like success. With success comes scalability. So whenever you have a good record coming out and it's getting a lot of traction, I think that's the first sign you can scale up and hire an assistant or an A&R or whatever you need. I think that you should have that plan already in place. Like, what do you need? Who are you gonna hire? And once the success happens, like, success is when preparation meets opportunity. Ooh. And I know, I've used that sometimes. I know, thank you. So you should be prepared whenever that opportunity of success comes about. And then you need, if you know that you want to hire an assistant or whatever, I think that plan you should have on lock. And then when the first success comes in, you know how to scale. Yes, that's what I think.
That's kind of my plan. I'm already having some assistants, doing showcases and going around the world in the city that the artists are, and planning things with them. But it's really important, the grind that you explained, exactly. This is what it is.
And you probably are very much already grinding because you're already having 12 artists on your indie label. That's really cool.
In 2 years, and we have in 2 years 24 releases.
That's really cool.
Every month releases, and we had a few #1 on Beatport, so because it's dance music. Can I ask another question?
Let's just go around someone else first, and can we come back to you?
Sure.
Perfect, thank you.
I also have one advice for you. Don't be afraid to cut people off. And that it's not in a very negative way, but if you're just not a match with an artist, don't try to hold on to it for dear life. Because sometimes it just doesn't work. And I've seen indie labels hang on to something that doesn't work and does cost a lot of money. And just don't be afraid to own up, I made a wrong decision, wrong signing, and just move on. Yeah, okay, cool. Thank you so much.
Cool, yeah.
Hi, so first of all, thank you again for all the insights. My name is Better Than Lex, artist or trying to be an artist. You were talking about like the gut feeling first and then the conversations, right? The part of the brain. Like just in general, I would like to know like what are these like kind of green flags that you're looking for in it in an artist, but actually more important, the red flags, like the hell no, I'm not gonna work with this person, that people should know and understand, like artists like myself, to avoid while having these kind of conversations.
So a very good question. I've written it down. Red flags, green flags. I have a long, long, long list. So for green flags, for sure, it's your work ethic. So I will try and we do a case together. And if I give you an advice, it's one simple explanation. I'm trying to sign an artist on my management company. I asked her to give me a Spotify link with reference tracks. It's been 3 weeks. Then, for me, it's a red flag. Then you don't want it. When you're supposed to send that link to me, it's an hour after the meeting. Because if you're not willing to work and put the time in, and you're gonna just take your time and take 3 weeks, I'm already on my next adventure. I mean, those are like the small things are for me very much red flags. Did you send the link an hour after? I'm like, wow, this is the hard worker, probably. So then you go on to the next conversation, and you just date before marry. That's also a thing I love to do. I just keep on working together until we really know you're a good relationship together. Another red flag is having a shit manager. Shit managers are a big red flag for me. There are a few on my blacklist. Doesn't matter how big your artist is. I'm not going to be happy working with this team or whatever. So have good representation. Make sure to get representation on the right time. Don't go too soon. Try to do as much self as possible. So that's for me the typical red flags.
Also, adding on to this, so depending on whether an artist comes in through management or because we know each other, or it's just like how do you say, like unsolicited like demo sending. A lot of the time now, with the experience that I have, I know already by the email whether it will be interesting to talk to you. If it comes up like you call me Tom, or give the company the wrong name, or you know, the last email I got was a guy who started off like 11 alter egos, and by the end of the email had 14. I was like, oh my god. I had a demo which was 2 audio tracks, one being the vocal, one the piano track. And I was like, yeah, you just need to play them at the same time. Like, why would I want to do that? I don't even know how I should do that. Like, don't make this a fucking investigation. Like, I don't care who you. Like, okay, this sounds really harsh, but like, I don't care who you are. You want something from me. Like, you're approaching me. I didn't reach out, and then all these little things. I sometimes by the email already know whether this will be an interesting conversation. And it's just, you know, make sure that you address the right people. See it as like a job interview. Like, you're reaching out, just get your stuff straight. I don't need to know your whole life story. Just be like, hey, I'm Tim. I make music. This is what I do. Here's a link to my SoundCloud, my Instagram, my Spotify. I think I would be a good fit for CTM because of these reasons. Hopefully we can be in touch. And then usually you will get a reply within 1 or 2 weeks. Like, it's nothing crazy. And then I've had people like follow up within like 2 days, or like send me Instagram messages. Hey, did you see it? Like, dude, I just got it. Like, or like Friday evening, they'll text me and it's like, yeah, I won't reply straight away. Like, it's my weekend as well. Like, this is a job, and this is not my first priority. My first priority will always be my roster that's signed to me. So just like those little things, the way you approach us, like, we're people as well. Like, just be nice. Like, if you're just nice, and doesn't need to be like you have to suck up, but just write a decent email that really helps.
Also, to that, especially because you're an artist, know your genre. I think at the end of the day, if I get some demos from an artist, right? Don't send too many, and then but if you send like around 6 or 5, right? I mean, you probably have your lane, but if I listen to those 5 to 6 tracks and they're all completely different in their style, I'm like, okay, I don't get the vision. I don't get your vision. I don't get your musical kind of tendency or whatever. Try to create something that sounds linear in a way. Why? That hung over, no? But like I said, try to find your style. At the end of the day, I don't know if you're doing dance music or whatever. Even in dance, though, I mean, there are so many subgenres. There's always a lane. Try to not exploit too much. Try to find your own style, because at the end of the day, we're all getting so much stuff all the time. If there's something that maybe starts in drum and bass and then ends in, I don't know, whatever, doesn't make sense to us. So yeah, try to stay in that lane.
I think I think that's a really good question. I think we have time for one more, and then I'm sure everyone can speak outside as well.
Okay, hi, I have a question. I'm Benedict. It's about the role of the discography of an artist. I mean, what role does it play? How many own releases does an artist have before he reaches out to you? So, does it play a role if he has 5 or 10 songs, or no, and has talent or whatever?
At the end of the day, I really don't care. I mean, it's for us. Sometimes it is nice. I mean, is it?
I feel like less is more sometimes for me.
Yeah.
Like, the thing is, there's so much music, as I said, right? And also, if you've been doing this for 20 years without any like real success, I wouldn't want to call it a red flag, but that does mean, you know, that it might not click with the right audience. Sorry, yeah, I don't know. I don't think like the number of releases matters to me too much. I think it's more about the quality of release as well, and also depending where are you. Like, if all your releases have like the same number of streams, and if that's really low, that's a little bit of a letdown, because that means you can't organically grow an audience. And like, we can do a lot, but we can't just make an audience appear. But if there's like a steady growth, that makes it more interesting for me.
Also, I feel like sometimes if you have absolutely no songs out, right? But we as a label, right? We sometimes can create. Obviously, yeah, we always create something with the artist, but we're trying to create something with you right from the start. And that emotional bond, in a way, is maybe because we are all seeing where we all started and where we are after maybe a year, and that sometimes might be. I mean, yeah, like I said, I don't think that there is like a. Yes, I don't know.
So in our country, in our industry, we have something very weird going on the last 5-6 years, where an artist debuts with the first single and it becomes the #1 hit of the season. And we have 2 of those every year for the last 5 years. So Fleming was one of them. The first single, Amsterdam was called, went straight to #1. It's the biggest record we have. So, and when I heard that song, and you heard that song, we all knew this is going to be the biggest ever. His character, how he looked, that song, he was reaching an audience which was the students in our country. Everybody knew it's going to be the biggest hit. With Zoe Touran, it's another Dutch artist, the same. We heard the first song, we saw the team around it. No song was out, nothing, and we knew it's going to be #1. So every 2 years, here we have a debuting artist that's reaching #1 positions. So yeah, we do sign people with no repertoire out there at all, because you know it's going to be successful, and it's once or twice a year. So yeah, you could sign without a record, but then everything needs to add up. Like all the stars needs to be aligned. Everybody knows when one superstar comes along, you know it, and that's when you sign without records, or without records already previously being released.
Yeah, amazing, cool.
Thanks.
I just want to personally say thank you so much, B, Stephanie, and Tim. I really enjoyed it. Hope you guys enjoyed it, and yeah, that was an amazing panel. Thank you everyone for listening. Thank you guys.
So, hello everybody, and welcome back to the Berlin Dance Music Event 2024. I'm here with Marco Völkel and Martin Horger, and today we're going to discuss the mastering of management. So, maybe let's start with a quick introduction for anybody that doesn't know you so far.
Hey everyone, my name is Martin Horger. I've been making music all my life, pretty much. I've had like different career reincarnations. I've done like a million different projects, and this recent one I started like 4 or 5 years ago, and all the other ones I've been doing quite well, sort of. But the one that I'm doing now, I'm making house music now, has become a global thing, and I get to travel the world now. I play like 120 shows a year, every continent in the world, and I'm very happy. Yes.
My name is Marco Völkel. I manage Martin, but it's not me. It's also our whole team. That's also very important for us. And beside managing Martin, I'm running a company called Magnify together with my partner, or my business partner, Martin Königsmann. And Magnify is besides of the management part, where we are managing artists like Virtual Riot, Martin Horger, Klangphonics, Umek. So it's a very wide open range of musical styles. Besides the management part, we are a marketing company. So this is our let's say our biggest part besides of the management. And there we are working for like ticket marketing for some of the biggest events in Germany, and we are doing the marketing for some bigger international artists as well.
As you can tell, he was definitely more prepared than I am.
So, to start things off, how did you guys get to know each other and to start working with each other? How did you guys find each other?
That's a good question. The thing is, I'm not really 100% sure about the year. I started working, or our company started working with another act called Dong Kong, which are friends from Martin, and during this time, I was not really aware of his artist profile when he was in the other, let's say, genre kind of sound. But then the one record on Confession, I think it was like You Don't. That was quite a, let's say, it was a hit. So, and this popped up everywhere. Everybody played it worldwide, and so we started discussing in our office, like, who's this guy? Because he was like, for me personally, he was like just there, and then I started checking him out, and then the crazy thing was that I always thought that he's not from Germany, because the thing is that he was traveling, or he was touring worldwide already, and also like including Australia, like everywhere, and then I was like, okay, that can't be a German artist. And then I had a chat in the office or I had a chat with the Dong Kong guys we managed during this time, and they were like, yeah, it's Martin, it's a friend of ours, and he's from Stuttgart. And I was like, oh, okay, really? And then I started like looking more and more into him as an artist, and the thing is with Martin is, for me personally, it was like, this is also why we have this wide open range. It's like, this was exactly what I wanted to do when it comes to an artist profile, musical-wise, and and then we got connected. First I tried it a little bit different before I got connected, and our now head of marketing, Jan, in our office, we tagged each other always under his posts, because I thought maybe he sees this, and then he looks, okay, who is this guy? And clicked on the person, and was like, oh, they are running a management company. But yeah, that was...
It's really cool to hear you tell the story that way. I never heard that. I also never saw those tags. Thanks, man. Thanks.
So, what key factors did play a role when you chose Martin to be an artist for your agency?
Yeah, for me personally, it was like the sound, the kind of sound he made, and also the personality he was representing, and this positive vibes kind of thing, and also, but compared with this kind of house music he did, and and it was this was a thing. It was absolutely different. It was like, okay, there was this German scene, but then there was this kind of music, which was, for me personally, it was not typically for the German dance music scene. This is also why I also thought he's not from Germany. And and then I looked into this because we are also as an agency focused, more and more focused international, more than in Germany, let's say, for example, with our artists. And that was for me personally the reason. It was like, okay, this is a perfect match from also what I like personally.
How was it for you, Martin?
So, like I said, I've been doing so many different projects, and I've always been a solo kind of guy. I always had kind of like a little team, like an assistant around me and agents, but I never had a manager. And this current career was the first time that I was in a situation where I was like, okay, so this is becoming sort of a bigger thing now, so I need a team to help me. So I first had a Russian manager when I started out to like help me along the way a lot. And but we came to a point where I was like, okay, so there's nothing we can achieve together anymore. It grew very quick, and he grew with me, but the structure, everything, him living in Russia, me living in Germany, just didn't make any sense anymore. So I was trying to find someone who understands how DJ careers work in America, but also somebody who understands the German tax laws. You know, very, very important.
Very important point.
And so, and then I also wanted to have someone that I like, you know, and somebody who's in the same time zone than me. And further down the line, I actually learned that I need Germans around me. This might sound very weird, but if you're constantly working with like people in America, people in Russia, as a German, because I'm very German in my head, I need to have Germans around me that kind of think in a similar way than I do. And it seemed like an impossible task to find a person like this, and suddenly the boys and Marco, they just appeared, and it felt like a gift from above, and it really helped at the time, and it's still helping, and it's still like crazy part of what I do.
Yeah, and in the beginning it was also very difficult for all of us, because then we got in contact, we started talking, and then we met the first time. And I remember when we met the first time, or when we started really going deeper into this conversation to really work together, and we decided, okay, let's do this. It was like a few months before the whole COVID thing happened.
Yeah, right.
So, yeah, and it was like, it was also, it's a crazy time, because it's like for us as a management company, we have this philosophy that we, for example, when we start working with someone, we're not like, okay, here's your contract, sign it, 3 years, bomb, let's go. We're more like, okay, no, we're going for trial periods, blah, all that kind of stuff, because I believe in this is a fair way for everyone. And on the other side, I'm like, I have the trust in myself and in our team that we will prove that we are the right people. So this is why I'm doing this, because I am sure that the person will sign a long-term agreement after the trial period, because I know that we will do a good job. So this is why I'm doing this kind of stuff. And then we started, really, it was really like, I don't know, I'm not 100% sure about the times, but it's like, it was in winter, it was like January or so, where we finally kind of decided to try it together. And then in March, the whole COVID thing like completely went down, and it was like, okay, it's crazy, because then you come to the point that you're like, okay, I have this trial period, and normally I'm like, okay, let's talk to agents worldwide, let's do this, let's talk to record labels, but nobody wanted to talk. So it's like, yeah, it's absolutely different times.
So saying that, what were the first steps that you guys worked together with, like with the Corona situation in mind? What strategies did you build up together to start working really?
So I had my own system of how my life and my career worked with the people that I had around me. So it sort of already worked, but it wasn't ideal. So we looked at everything, and they just analyzed my whole life in everything that I did, and came in with a million ideas on how to make it more efficient, how to streamline it, how to make it much better. And because we had a lot of time during COVID, that's what we did. We basically worked for 2 years just setting everything up, hoping that like the business that we were hoping to be part of would come back, which is like 2 years setup period. The boys in the office and with marketing and with the back end and just tirelessly speaking to people, trying to like find partners globally. And me in the studio, I was just sitting there making a stupid banger every single month and releasing it without like having an audience for it. You know, there were no dance floors, there were no festival stages and stuff. But we had this plan of like, okay, we're just going to behave like there is no COVID. We're going to release a big banger for a big stage every single month and build my profile that way. And I believe that this is the biggest reason why everything is going so well now. It was also a lot easier for us at the time to be heard because, you know, making music is like being in a big room full of people and everybody's screaming and you're trying to be heard. And during COVID, everybody was silent. And I was like one of the few people in the room just screaming. So it was very easy for people to find me. And then the boys in the back end just took all of that and turned it into a career. And when COVID was over, we hit the floor running, you know. And I remember when COVID was sort of fading, but not in Germany, they had set up shows in Russia for me, and I was like, in Germany there were people playing like, you know, the car park shows. You know, remember those? Like in Autokino, that kind of stuff. And I played sold-out shows in St. Petersburg in Russia with like 1,500 people. And then America started opening up, and nobody was allowed to leave. And I still don't know how he did it, but like Homeland Security in America signed off on a piece of paper that allowed me to cross borders. And he just made a phone call and made it happen miraculously. So I was like able to fly to America almost every single weekend and play over there while people were still doing those car park shows over here. Yeah, thanks, man.
Yeah. No, and the thing is, that was a super weird time because we were like he said, he was producing music and we were releasing music, but we got no feedback. And normally, you're getting feedback. You can talk to promoters. You will see how a record works, how the marketing, if there's a marketing strategy that works, you make some testing and all that kind of stuff. And we don't had it, and it was always like in fog. You were like, you were driving. It was without seeing anything. So that was super crazy. We had the feeling that there is something happening. We got this on social media, so there was something going on, but it was like on the other side, no response from the crowd or so. And then and then that was also super weird, like he said, when we did this, for example, Russia, or especially America, because America was completely open again, and we got this kind of special thing sorted, and he could fly back and forth the whole time, and we did it really, really a lot, and it was always very, very weird also from a management perspective, because you were like, in Germany, we're talking to partners and so on. Everyone was like, "Oh shit, fuck, it's closed. When will this stop?" But on the other side, you picked up the phone and started confirming big shows, and not just the small ones, so the big ones. So it was also for your head, it was super weird because here everything was closed, but you were talking to the people who were like, "Okay, let's go, we're back," and it's like, what's going on?
Emotionally, honestly, it felt like a miracle, you know, because I came out of 2 years of COVID, everybody was sort of depressed over here, and then I went to America and every single show was sold out, and there was so much love and so much hype every single weekend, and then I came back home into depression land to like bum out for like 5 days and then go back to America and have like the miracle for a weekend again, and that went on for quite some time.
How did you manage to find these gigs, or even like convince these promoters in different countries that Martin would be the one to play there? Because I mean, him being German in that situation, and it makes it more difficult, I would guess. How did you convince them that whether he was the right one to get these big shows at that time?
Yeah, it was like we have our partners, our partner agencies, and for them, to be honest, it was, it was normal that they had their normal life back in America, for example, and they were like, they had no understanding for what's going on with you in Europe. It's like, here everything is, we're open again. and so I don't want to say it was easy, but it was like, okay, we have our agent we're working with, and it was also, I'm not sure if we had this early already. No, but we did also confirm it working with them during COVID, I guess. Yes. And then they started working, and then they started selling him. So the thing is, the name, Martin's name was not a newcomer name in America. So because of the stuff he did before, so he was touring America already, but it was very hard to explain the promoters no, it's different kind of music, so it's different promoters. This worked out, and then was this, what he said, with the miracle that happened, that the first tour we did, it really was it was also very weird. During COVID, we posted a tour artwork with, I don't know, 20 shows or so. It's crazy. And then we did this tour, and yeah, like I said, nearly everything was sold out.
For the first time in my life, I was actually selling tickets. You know, I've been doing this for all my life, really. You know, like struggling is a weird word, but it was going okay. You know, but because of COVID and because of the work we all put in, and because it was so much easier to get hurt, I grew so much. And then on that first tour in America, I actually started selling tickets. You know, like people put my name on posters, and all the American kids, they were like buying tickets like crazy for the first time ever. You know, and that was why I got all the shows, because I was finally selling tickets. Yeah.
What would you say, how do you do the marketing side regarding this, especially in the other markets like America and Russia?
Do you mean how we market the shows, or?
Yeah, just in general, like, breaking into these markets with the, like you said already, you work with other promoters together, but like also promoting it itself, like how did that work?
Yeah, this is what we're doing. This is also what I said, what we're doing also not only for our management clients, we're also doing this for other artists, and so that, yeah, creating marketing strategies. Like, okay, knowing, okay, what is the plan for the next year? So this is also super important, to make a plan for 1 year, 2 year, 3 years in advance, to really know, and to make it very simple, for example, with an Excel file or whatever, where it's January, February, and then to add in all these kind of things you want to achieve there, and then you can really start planning, and then you can say, okay, here I want to do an America tour, but what lots of people most of the time doing are like, okay, we are now 2 months before, let's start promoting it. No, what we're doing is like, or what Martin then is doing is like promoting his brand in America, let's say constantly, the whole year. This is also what we explain to each artist. It's not like, okay, you have this America tour, then let's start 2 months before. No, we need to, it's always an investment in the future already. So it's the same like if you want to go to China, you need to, even if you say, I want to go to China in 2 years, for example, you should start promoting your name and your brand already, yeah, right now. So.
What metrics do you look at if you break into new markets as well? Like you said, for example, like China, do you look at how many plays he actually has and how many follows he has from these regions before you say, or before you set up the plan, okay, we are going to break into China, or was that just a general decision?
No, that's, yeah, it was kind of, first it was a general decision. It was like, okay, what are important markets? Okay, this is an important market, and then really thinking about, okay, how we can step into these markets, and then look very deep into each market. Okay, what should be the plan for the market, and really, okay, who, for example, in China, who are the streaming services, who are the social media platforms, blah blah blah, and then really trying to, okay, to understand, okay, we need maybe someone on the ground there who is taking care of social media, for example, or taking care of all this, and really looking into this and is working in the country for you. So like it's the same like an agent. It's not only the agents there, it's also like marketing, PR, all that kind of stuff. And this is, you have to do in all countries. And it's the same, like we have, like when you have ads running, you need to have ads running right now in America for, I don't know, whatever. So. Yeah.
How was it for you? And especially like, how was it for you to be in China, for example, the first time and already have like an audience there?
So,
like I saw they were like already waiting for you, I guess, no?
Yeah. Well, still feels like a little miracle, to be honest, you know. And I remember when we had our first meeting and we sat down, and you know how they always say that you have to dream big and stuff. And so we wrote all those things down that I want to have and achieve. And I said, I want to be a global act. I want to be this worldwide thing. I want to be like, go to every continent and have fans there and play festivals and big shows and stuff. And so going back to what you were asking earlier on, so it it was like at a certain point it was a necessity to break into China, because if you're not breaking into Asia, then you have kind of missed the goal of being a global act, right? So
like the world tours where they normally only post like 3 countries. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, but I wanted to like happen on every single continent. Like maybe not Antarctica, I don't know, but like all the others, you know. So so we set out to like make it happen. So we went to China. I don't know all the things that happened in the back end. But apparently everybody did a good job, because when I went there, everybody was going crazy and I had fans, and all the shows were again sold out, and there was so much love, you know. So I guess this is something that we didn't touch on early on, and that is something that is like one of the highlights of what we do together, is that I don't have a clue about what's going on, you know, and I'm not supposed to have a clue. Like, I don't know how they made it happen to like make me go to China. They just made it happen while I was able to work on music, you know. And once a week we have a meeting where I get like a little update, and that's it. You know, I don't have to sit down and, you know, be worried about, oh my God. They are doing all that, so I can make music and recover and you know, do the thing that I'm good at, because I'm not a strategist. I'm not a numbers guy. That's what they're good at, you know.
Do you guys also look into numbers when you produce music, for example? Maybe you look into trends, or maybe you give him an advice, maybe like look into this, or like even like labels you focus on to release with?
Yeah, we were looking into this, but we stopped looking into, I don't want to say we stopped looking into numbers. It's super important, the streams and whatever, but we also, with the music Martin is doing, we needed to realize, hey, this is something special, this is something, let's say, kind of unique kind of thing, and we don't need to compare with all this. We really need to make them kind of like blinders on, and then this is what we want to do, and not like, okay, what are they doing in this genre? And sure, we are looking into what are people doing maybe sound-wise, and if there are any trends that are going on that you maybe can transfer or translate into your kind of style. This is also super important for an artist to stay unique and not to be like, oh, there's something going on. I'm hopping onto this. That makes no sense. This is a short form. For this short form, it is great. You can do this. It's maybe, hey, then you get the streams, but whatever. But you know, you need to think about, okay, why are your fans loving you? Because they are loving you because you're doing what you're doing, and not like that you are looking around. Oh, what is the new trend? This is
How's it for you?
Yeah, man. There's so many metrics that you can measure success with. You know, streaming numbers is one. Instagram followers might be another. You know, the amount of haters you have might be another one. But many people measure themselves like that. But for me, it's always been like, you know, my biggest goal in life and this music thing was I always wanted to do what I want, when I want, with whom I want, for how long I want, you know? And as long as we're on track doing that, I'm personally happy. The guys in marketing and management, they have different metrics, I know that, but those are my metrics, and we're like, for me personally, we're super on track. That's what I said earlier on. I'm very happy, and that is one of the main things why I do this. Yeah.
And this is what Martin said, was like being happy. This is also something you really need to look into for yourself. It's like also when you're doing this for such a long time, because it's still the case that people are getting burned out, touring too much. So we have this big touring like schedule, worldwide, international, completely, and really crazy sometimes. But you also need to understand, okay, you need a break. You need to do breaks. What we're doing now is like, for example, it's not only that you need a break for yourself, for your health and whatever. You also need a break because you need to make music. Yeah. You can do music on the road. That's also fine. But you need to have time to be in your space, to be creative. At the end, it's a creative process. And you need a free mind for this, and also for this you need this break. So we're doing this now, that when we're doing, let's say, a proper tour, when it's really tight, then there is like, I don't know, a month off. But we need to make sure, this is also what I mean earlier, with planning in advance. We need to make sure, okay, we have this month off, but we need to have a plan, a strategy for this month that it looks like everything is normal. It's like, and not like, oh, he is taking a break. So no, he's in the studio and we have lots of social media content on file we can use then. And yeah, and this is what I meant with like planning.
How important is it for you as well to have a social media team with you, or do you still do your social media yourself?
So I have Flo with me all the time. He's over there. He's a solo, by the way. Yeah. And it is it is very important to like not do things yourself all the time. I travel with him everywhere for social media, but also for company. And he's also tour managing, which has become. I never knew why people needed a tour manager. I for the longest part of my life, I didn't understand. I always thought it's just an excuse to bring your best drinking buddy, but I'm
or a babysitter.
He is a good drinking buddy as well. But now I understand. Now I understand why people have a tour manager, and I take a lot of use of it. And for me, it has become essential. I get very insecure when I go to places by myself now. I need flow. Yeah. And now we are at a point where Justus here in the front row, he's solo as well. He's gonna take over. He's gonna take over from Flo and do tour managing. So Flo can only do content. So everything's growing. I travel with 3 people now, which is great. Yeah.
Nice. Maybe next up, what are the collaborations that you lately had, and does your agency also help you getting these collaborations, like with bigger artists?
So I know that for many people, for many artists, the collaboration thing is something that is done in the background and done by managers and labels and stuff. And there's nothing wrong with it. But for me, all the big collaborations I've done have been through personal contact. Like I've just done a song with David Guetta, which has done wonders for me. I've done a song with Dylan Francis, which has done super well. And they all came because those guys just randomly wrote me on Instagram telling me that they love my music. And I did a song with Charmy, same thing. And I love working with people. You know, it inspires me a lot. And I'm a very emotional, big softy kind of guy, and I love it if I'm surrounded by awesome people, also inspiring people. It helps me a lot. Yeah. Did that answer your question? I don't know. Did that? Yeah. So,
almost.
Yeah. So yeah, we did a lot of big collaborations. I guess you were talking about the Guetta one, because that's the one.
As well, yes.
Yes, that's the one people want to talk about usually, and that happened totally naturally. He just hit me up on Instagram out of nowhere, and it took me.
David.
It took me a day to realize it's the real one, and and he just hit me up and was like, "Bro, I really like your music," and and then we just hit it off from there, and we didn't even speak about collaborating or anything. We just started to hang out on FaceTime and talked about life, and we're both really inspired, on a personal level. And then eventually, after we kept talking about life for a very long time, and we started talking about music, and then started making music, and we're still making music together. And interestingly, I think we made 8 songs or so. Until there was finally one where we were both like, okay, this is really cool. And that's the one that came out. Yeah.
Nice.
Did that answer?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
That's okay. To that as well, would you say that these collaborations made it easier for you to break out in the international market, and because these are international acts as well, that's also a reason maybe that you don't have so many German shows at the moment, because you're more with the international people as well, and maybe you don't collaborate so much with German guys, I would think, or not?
There's a few questions in there. So yes, of course, collaborations help, but for me, Again, Marco might give you a different answer on that, looking on the business side. But for me, on the artistic, emotional side, it's just very cool to work with people that I look up to, and that's why I do it. There's very rarely like a business thing behind it, because that's somehow not really how my brain works. So all these collaborations, they did help me a lot on the business side, but for me it was very important to like work with cool people, you know. And talking about the second question that was in there, why I'm not in Germany that much, I think I always just made my own thing, you know. I never made music for a scene, you know. I never was like, okay, so I'm gonna make the music they play at Berghain so I can be part of that scene. You know, I was always just sitting by myself in the studio and made the music that made me personally really happy. And then because of the miracle that is the internet, it just went out there into the world, and America was the first market where it like fell on like fruitful soil. Is that? Yeah. And so that's where the seeds have been in the ground for the longest, and so that's why I have the most fans in America. And from there, from the American market and from those big videos that you see of all the crazy festivals like EDC and stuff, that's when the German kids started reading my name. And because I don't have the typical German name, nobody assumed that I'm actually from Stuttgart. You know, everybody, like German kids, still write in English to me, or like come to the shows and like speak in English to me. And then I have if I want, I can have the thickest Swabian accent. You know, and everybody's always surprised. So yes, ich bin Deutsch, and yeah, now finally it's happening that I'm playing like all the big stages in Germany, including tonight over there at Ritter Butzke. You're all invited. It's going to be epic.
Very nice. Mark, would you say that this also helped with the German market as well, like he said, with the big shows and showing this to the German clients?
Yeah, definitely. That's also one of our kind of the style we are working is like coming from the international and then going back to Germany, because but this is more not like, I don't want to say it's a strategy, because it's more like, okay, we have this interest over there because there's a market for him, and then we work on this market and we realize and are true to ourselves and are like, okay, we tried to make it in Germany, but I don't want to say nobody is listening to us, but it was kind of that. Yeah. And then we were like, okay, but no, I don't need to put that pressure into it and try it. No, if they don't want, they don't want. Exactly. And there will be, and I don't want to, that should not sound arrogant or so, but I'm like, there will be the moment come when we are doing there and a good job, then they will follow. And at the end, this is also what I always say, it's like, there's a world, and it's not only Germany. So, and we need to focus on the world and making our strategies for each country and each continent. And yeah, and this is what we had with most of the artists, that it went this way. That it was like first, like lots of America. We were also as an agency very American focused, but yeah, I believe in this way. Why I should put pressure into a country, for example, where there's no interest yet, and I don't mean this in a bad way. Yeah, there's no interest. I got it. Yeah. Then let's try it somewhere else, and when it's then working, then maybe they will start looking into this, and this is what exactly happened right now.
I always feel like it's very important, like if an artist can, that they should go there where their music is liked. I mean, just like you said as well, like maybe you're stuck in a certain city where your music style is just not the one, but around the whole world they really celebrate you. So I guess like that's really important on that side as well. On that side as well, what do you think, how important is the whole social media aspect in regarding his career and building up new fans in different countries around the world?
Yeah, it's super important. It became one of the most important thing, and it's which is, from my point of view, it's nothing I really like. It's there, it's happening. We need to take care of it. But because we had this very often in our office, that we are sitting there and that we are having a meeting with the artist or about the artist, and that we're talking about strategies and this and that, and then at the end, I said, for example, to our team, I said, "Hey, guys, do you realize something? 75% of our meeting, we talked about social media. We're talking about an artist, it's music, it's art. This is what we need to talk about. But what we're talking about social media. And yes, it's important, and yes, we need to do this, but we need to make sure that we also get in our minds that's at the end, it's all about music. We need to make sure that the music is right, and that this, I always say, this piece of art is good. And then we need to make sure of the marketing. And so this is also, it's also good just to make this, the social media thing and to just blow it up or whatever. But I think in the long term, it's always about music and the artist and the art and everything. And this is important. And this is what I meant. Like, we're talking too much about social media. Don't get me wrong, it's right. It's absolutely correct, because we need to do it. There are all these platforms we need to, because this is where we reach the people. I always say, if you don't have, and this is also, for example, why Martin always have his content guy with him, because I always say, if you are in Dallas or in Boston or whatever, if it was not on social media,
nobody would know it.
Yeah, no, the show hasn't happened, because nobody knows. The people in Dallas know the, I don't know, 600, 800 people who have been there, but nobody else on the world. So you need to do it, yeah.
What big role does it play for you yourself? Like, and maybe what ideas do you have in your head when creating content as well? Do you make yourselves idea like that, like, or do you always keep it cool and just do your own stuff?
I really try to be myself, you know, and I guess all of us have this love and hate relationship with social media. so do I. I hate it for the time that it takes away from me, and I love it for all the great opportunities. And for me personally, the biggest opportunity that it gives me is the chance to connect, you know, to connect to awesome people that love my music, people that I otherwise wouldn't be able to connect with. And said it before, I'm a big emotional softie, and I really enjoy connecting with strangers over art. And then like half a year later, you fly to a country far away and you meet those people, and you have the most amazing time together. Without social media, that would be very rare. And I grew up in a time where there were record shops, and where people connected over like pieces of vinyl and stuff, and it was definitely a lot harder back then. And so social media makes it easier in that way, for me personally. Yeah.
Okay, nice. What are the next big steps for you in your career now? Like, you played pretty much every big festival that I know of. What are the next big steps in your career now, and what are you guys focusing on?
So, still releasing
bigger, better.
Bigger, better. No, still keep on releasing good music and making sure to make it with the kind of music Martin is doing, to make the way with this, and not like, oh, we need to do, let's hop on this and hop on that. This is also very important. This is also something where we all very often have to remind ourselves to. Because it's the same what you said with the collaborations before. When he did all these big collaborations, let's say during the last 2 years, you can't imagine who came and wanted to collaborate with him. Which is like, you get these emails and you're like, or these direct messages to Martin, and you're like, oh my God. That was like, I don't want to say that you're some of the biggest guys. But then you come into the situation where you need to think about this. It's like, okay, do I now hop on all of these collaborations, or should I not do it? And that's a tricky part then, when the people are really coming and saying, hey, let's do a collaboration with me, and you're like, oh my God, I know you're one of the biggest artists in America and you're headlining every festival. And then to really think about, okay, is this right for me and my career? Yes, sure, in the short, it can be like, okay, you can bring me to this, I don't know, kind of level in a shortcut. But is this right in the long term? And why is he coming to you? Is he really coming because he likes your music? Or is he really like because he has no idea what to do next?
Maybe he's hopping onto a trend.
So this is what I wanted to say. And this is and then to really to filter for yourself, okay, what is the right thing to do? This is the hard part. Then, when you get all this collaboration, to say no to these kind of requests. So yeah, and then yeah, like I said, big music, and
it's so good that I don't have to think about these things. That just drives me crazy.
But I guess you still have to in the end. I mean, you're the one then collaborating with the artist, no? So I guess you.
I just really like making music, you know, and I say yes to everything.
And that's the hard part.
I have a. he's. I guess one of your main job is to say no to stuff. You know, I walk around like hug every single person and love everyone and say yes to everything and agree on everything, and the team is constantly like walking behind me, picking up the pieces and saying, I didn't mean that. No. We're not making it happen. No.
And it's always stop it. Stop saying yes. No, and that's that's part of the game. It's like, you know, it's also it's an artist, it's a brand. You can't be the guy who says no. So that's also, for me personally, it makes all lives easier. And we know that our job is to do this, to say no then. And sometimes it's hard because it's like your phone rings and then, hey, he said, let's do it. I'm like, no. So, yeah, but that's okay. So yeah, and the next steps, what you asked was like we're touring worldwide, but what we now want to do is like to make the biggest stages. So bigger stages. I mean, he played EDC main stage, Tomorrowland main stage. I mean,
hard to get bigger than that, I guess.
I mean, in some countries there are bigger stages, sure. But I mean, like, these are our steps with the music he's doing, not to lose your way, to be like to climb up the lineups, to climb up, I don't know, from tier 2 into tier 1, or to play instead of like, I don't know, the third or fourth slot on the festival, to play the absolutely main thing. And this is a long way, but it's like, yeah, kind of climbing step by step by step.
Okay, nice. So before we get to the questions, is there anything that you guys want to share with the audience, that maybe your secret tip or an advice you want to give to the guys on their way?
There's so much, but I feel like it's always better to like give advice like by answering a question, I guess. So I'm happy to answer whatever, or unless Marco has advice. Marco always has advice.
No, not really. I think what I learned is when it comes to artists, that you have to focus, that you really have to do what you really want to do. If you have this profile, so don't get me wrong, there are artists, like projects where it's planned, it's like, okay, it's not this kind of like, no, they don't care what, like, I don't know how to say. It's like when companies are building or are saying, okay, hey, this is a trend, let's build an act like this. Then it's 100% sure, it's fine, let's do it, it's good. But what, from my point of view, and what we are doing is really to stay what you're doing, to stay yourself, and really to not get the influences from the outside, and really to think about, and really to start thinking like, oh, I should maybe do this, and this is working, and let's do some trance music here, let's do some hard techno there. So stay what you're doing. This is what I personally think for an artist. So just be true to yourselves. And from a management perspective, it's like listen to the artist. This is what but this is what I also need to learn. It's like I had years that I was like, oh, we need to do this and that and this and that, and planning and starting, and not really looking like really talking. Hey, what do you want? What is it? So and not like, hey, we need to do faster, more. We need this, and now we need to do America. Now it's not. It's really about it's about the artist, and this is really like, and this is for me personally something I learned. Then, you know, for example, like, hey, do this interview, do that interview, and then you realize, okay, he's not doing this interview. Why are you not doing this interview? But then at the end realizing, okay, maybe you don't want to give interviews. So
I'm thankful that you came today. Yeah?
No, I don't mean Martin. I mean this in general, to realize this, but then to understand. Okay, then I know, and it's a tough one when agencies or let's say, media is coming and, hey, can we do an interview? To know, just to say no and to explain, hey, no, it's not doing interviews. Or not like, oh, yes, we need to do this interview, let's do it. And to understand this. This is just as an example. This is super important, I guess.
Perfect. So thanks a lot to you guys. Are there any questions in the audience? You guys pass the microphone.
Hi, my name is Philip. And my question would be, do you have some advice, some tips, some good practice from your experience to break someone in the US that is not from the US? Because I heard a lot that the US market is very different to the one in Europe, and also the people really like to support also like people from the US and are sometimes a bit negative to people that come from the outside. Yeah, so from your experience, because also Martin said he planted like seeds a long time ago and needed time, so yeah.
America is the thing. One thing is, at the end, like I said before, it's the music. When you have the right music, you need to make sure that the music fits into the market. So this is also very important. When you have something super unique that absolutely not is working in the market, then it's super tough to do it. So 100% sure. So it's like, for example, with us, it was also something. There was a lot of things came together that there was a market for that kind of music he was doing. That was super important. Or look, for example, look like genres like dubstep or so. What is this for a market in America? This is super huge. And here in Europe or in Germany, it's like nobody cares. So, and then when you get the chance to go there for the first time, which you need to, like I said before, which you need to make sure you make with your music. You bring your music to the right point that you will get, let's say, in the position to start your first bookings. But what you need to do then, this is what we also did, or what Martin did, is like, you need to play your ass off over there. You need to start at the little 50-person event, and then it's 70-person, and it's 100 and 150, and all this way up. And you need to do it. And even if this hurts to go back and forth, but you have to do it. And this is how from my point of view, this is working. It's not like, hey, you're going there. Yes, sure, if you have a hit, you go there, you can step in very high. So, but normally, if you want to build a career, you need to really like, I really compare it very often like with, in general, like rock bands, or really like live business, where really you have to start as a small band, and then you have to start selling tickets, because this is what they are looking for. Like, how many tickets he's selling? And then you need to start to sell out the 50-people room. And then the same promoter comes, hey, I have this other opportunity here in, I don't know, Albuquerque. We can do 100 people. Let's do this next time. And you need to make sure to sell this out. And this is also what then there's a social media thing, and this is what I also said before. You need to make sure that when you have these markets, that you always invest into these markets with marketing and all that kind of stuff, that you are not coming just once a year and then, oh, Martin Horgath here. No, they need the whole year somewhere in Albuquerque. Someone needs to look on his phone and see, oh, Martin Horgath is playing there and doing this, and even if you're not there.
I think there is one hack to break into any market in the world, and that is selling tickets. You know, if you're the guy who sells 1,000 tickets in wherever you're going, then you're the guy that gets booked. And there's a million different strategies on how to become a ticket seller, but I think it always breaks down to having a personal connection with people. I mean, think about yourself. What makes you buy a ticket to your favorite artist? You know? And take that emotional response that you have when you buy that ticket to see him or her, and think about, what do I have to do to make that happen with a million strangers around the world? And we very early on started to build personal relationships with a lot of people around the world, and that's why it happened for us in Asia, in Australia, and so many markets in the world. Because for me personally, people always, for some reason, had a very deep emotional connection with my music. I put out music, people loved it, and I came to town and they bought a ticket to see me because they loved the music. That's how we made it happen. And all the other things that you mentioned in your question, are not relevant if you are the guy who sells out any venue. You know, you can be the biggest jerk making the most horrible music. If there's a lot of people that want to see you, you're the guy that tours the world. You know.
Thanks.
Don't be a jerk and don't make horrible music, though. Yeah.
Any other questions?
Hey, I'm Aaron. Quick question: how's the best way to get you promo music, Martin? Do you want like more messages? What do you want?
musicformartin@gmail.com. I try to listen to most of it. Flo listens to most of it as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tomorrow it's going to be overloaded.
No, please send it.
Okay,
Yes.
I have something with Robert Owens, so I think you'd like it.
Please, I want to listen to it. The world needs more epic music.
Another question?
Hi. At what moment do you think in an artist's career it's important to look for management?
It's a tough question because it's like maybe the other way around. You know, it's like it's sure you have to do your homework and you always have to reach out to management if you, for example, you want to, but you need to be true to yourself and really think about what makes it. What there are always, you know, there's a financial aspect, for example. You need to think, okay, does it make sense for the management to take me on? Is one thing financially, but also, do I believe that I have the power or whatever to that the management, or that I can make them believe in my career, because this is also what a management is doing with young artists. It's always a bet. It's always a bet. It's like, okay, we put a lot of work into this, but this can also be nothing at the end. So, and this is what you, I think, need to do by yourselves, like really think about, okay, is this the right moment for myself? Do I think I'm a good bet? So, and if so, yeah, let's go. But always try to reach out. This is always important. So always show up. Yeah.
Maybe I would just add on, I think always like the management or the bookers, they can only work with what you give them in the end, because you are the product in the end. So if you're not good to sell, then it's hard for whatever salesman, whatever management, or for whatever booker.
For me personally, I realized that I need management when I hit points in my career where I was like, okay, I can't solve this problem by myself. I need someone that can help me solve this problem. Like German tax laws, Americans, you know, figuring all of that out. It was like, I'm not the guy to figure this out. There's people who do this way better. And early on in my career, I was at a point where I thought I'm making great music, but the labels weren't listening to it. So I needed someone who was already in that scene where I wanted to be and was already connected with people to show them my music. Somebody who like people trust. Yeah, that's how I got my first manager. And then, yeah, like I said, I grew out of the situation, and I needed someone that helped me, you know, solve the next set of problems. And I guess if you're at a point where you're like, okay, so here's a set of problems that I won't be able to solve myself, then it's time to get help. If that is a manager, or if it's a lawyer, or if it's a booking agent, or just an assistant, that's a question that I can't answer for you. But I think it's a good idea to like get help and you know, focus on the things that you're good at. Yes.
Maybe one last question.
I'm happy to answer more. I know that you're like, okay, I'm happy to, yeah.
Maybe you can answer them just afterwards.
Yeah, so first of all, thank you three for this panel talk, and also thank you for the Cosmic Academy speech you gave a few weeks ago.
Were you there?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah, I loved it. It was very inspirational. So
Thanks, man.
I wanted to ask, like, for both of you, what is the most important quality to look out for in a management? And the red flags, maybe.
You mean like the quality that I want to have in a management, or the quality that the manager has to see in an artist?
The first one. What do you see in it?
What I want to see in a manager?
Yeah.
The thing that completes me, you know? Because, you know, every person, every artist has a special set of skills that you're good at, and there's like, I guess there's always big holes in that skill set, things that you will never be able to be good at. And I just needed someone to like fill those holes and complete me, because it's never the person that wins is never like the big, like the most talented solo artist. It's always the most complete team. And if you manage to find people that complete you, then you can only win in the long term. And I think that sounds very romantic now, but I think Marco completes me in a way, you know? Aww.
Thank you.
So does Flo, so does Justus, you know, so does Micha, all like the whole team, you know, it completes me. And like with every day that we get to know each other, we become more and more complete and better. Yeah.
Okay, thanks a lot to you guys. I would say big applause for these two guests. Thank you for taking your time.
Thank you.
hope you had a really. It's not working. My microphone is not working. Now, perfect. Yeah. So yeah, thank you so much to everybody for coming and enjoying this interesting panel that we are talking, especially because we realized over the last editions, like so many artists, newcomers, they don't know really how to approach to label and how to build it up a strong and ethic relation with labels. And we have three amazing guests that they know a lot about music, about artists, and about labels. So let's make a brief introduction of yourself, who you are, what is your role in the industry. Yeah, let us know about you all, please.
Hello, my name is Ralf Kollmann. I'm running Mobile Records, founded almost 20 years ago here in Berlin. And I'm also running a management company called IM Management, taking care of artists like Rodriguez Jr., Squire, Memo, and actually all things Mobile as well under this umbrella.
Hi, I'm Charlotte Spilarova, and I'm the label director at Drumcode, where I've been for the last 3 years working with Adam Bayer. And I've been in the industry for about 8 years now, and before that I was working at Believe Distribution in the marketing department, working on albums and people like Max Cooper and yeah, stuff like that.
Hey, I'm Anthony Faulkner. I'm here on behalf of Mesh Records. It was founded by Max Cooper. It was a platform established to explore the intersection of science, music and art. Me and my colleague run an artist management and label services agency called The Wild Seeds, so we represent Mesh. We also manage Max Cooper, Manny D, and also represent SBF DJ's label Intrepid Skin.
Perfect, thank you so much. Getting to the topic, you're working with amazing artists since decades, and what are you looking for as a label? What are you looking for as an artist? They should have any kind of certain skills or like some attractive points that you will say, okay, it makes sense for us to invest time to work with this kind of artist. Like there is something that you are looking for in the artist, or it's basically music and then come how they are, or?
So what we are looking for is, beside great music, great personalities, good people to work with, and so I don't know if I remember, when we started the label, it was kind of a collective of like-minded artists, and this is how we started. So we didn't really look for like artists and music like from an extended network. So this all kind of like grew organically, internally in a way. But then at one point, with like more success and like getting bigger, and also being in the business for a longer time, of course we need to find new talents, and I think we all know how this works, you know, with like sending demos to labels and so on, and there's like millions of young producers, young talents trying to get in touch with us, and so yeah, it's quite challenging to filter all this music and to take the time to listen to music. So it's like still like a networking thing, but also like conferences like this or IMS and IDE are actually good opportunities to meet artists, producers, make a first contact, and I don't know, then if we find something that we like musically, we then test it out, you know, and it's really like we are aiming on a long-term relationship with an artist every time when we start working with somebody, and but it needs a release or two to figure that out, you know. It's also like a question of chemistry and personality. Does it work? Does it function? Yeah, I think that's the status at the moment.
What about Charlotte? What do you think?
Yeah, it's similar with us as well, kind of building some sort of a relationship, but the way we do it at Drumcode is a bit different because obviously we have Adam doing the more like A&R, so he usually gets the music in, and it is about the music most of the time. He cares a lot about the music, but the artist has to be, like they have to be individual and kind of different from the rest because there's so many producers now, and to be fair, like we release I mean, we receive through like label radar maybe like 80 demos, 100 demos a week. Then I get demos to my email. So like, there's just so many, so much music that we release. So I guess what we look for is people who kind of stand out and who have a vision, know what they want, but like the music is also very good. And yeah, like Adam usually tests the music out in clubs and festivals for months before he commits to releasing it, because he wants to see how it performs and how people react to it.
Great. And how it's going, Anthony?
Yeah, well, we kind of work with a multitude of different artists. Some of them can go from like software engineers and kind of more kind of audio, sound architects and stuff, and then people that kind of predominantly focus on concept albums. So the tiers of relationships are kind of different in terms of the level of involvement. Some of the album projects, you have to take quite a holistic approach, and that's a huge time investment on the front end. So just like into any relationship, you have to, you know, build trust and respect for each other. And I think, obviously, the whole aspect of building relationship in the digital age, if you can meet face to face, that's always helpful, and it kind of catalyzes that relationship, because you know, you can take loads of video calls, but that face to face contact is really important. So what we look for really is, you know, someone that we can kind of develop with, that's, you know, passionate about the brand as well, and also wanting to kind of contribute, because this is a collaboration, it's a partnership. You know, it's not just about what we can do for them, or, you know, vis-a-vis. So yeah, I think you just got to kind of build that relationship. You look for vision and passion, and, you know, especially when you're working with emerging artists, you know, a lot of it, you're building a team around belief. There's no, you know, you're kind of looking at tangible goals, and you forming everything around those prospects. So, because there's, you know, at the start of it, there's no financial incentive apart from, and that's obviously not the main reason for doing this. Is very creatively motivated. So, yeah, vision, passion, partnership, and understanding.
Did you think like social media changed the relation right now between like so many labels looking for numbers on social media before the quality of the music?
I think there was a time when that played a big role, but I think there was a transformation process in the past few years. At the moment, we're working with a lot of artists who they don't have anything built up, you know, where we even help them to set up their artist profile on Apple Music or Spotify or something like that. Because like our challenge right now, after being on the radar for 20 years, is like really like trying to find something completely new and help them grow their career together with us. Because I think everybody who is like established and kind of like experienced in producing, touring, and so on, they all kind of have their safe harbor most of the time. Either they are running their own label, or they connected with another big label already. So, and I think that changed a lot in the past few years. So what we need to do is to kind of like balance out releasing new emerging talents and educated, established artists, you know, to kind of stay relevant. And what's interesting, also when it comes to expectation, or like, there's always two perspectives, of course. What I'm looking for and what an artist thinks I'm looking for is completely different. So if an artist is looking at Mobile, for example, they always sense something that sounds like an artist that we already have in our roster, you know, most of the time the most successful artist. And that's exactly what I'm not looking for. I'm looking for an artist who is adding something to our sound signature, let's say.
Wow, what about you, both?
Socials, so like, I guess the numbers are not super important for us, because on our label we do have artists of different like points in their career. Like we have some artists who have like 10,000 followers on Instagram, some that have like 1 million or whatever. So it's not about the numbers, but it's more about like, we do want them to kind of grow their social media and just think about the bigger picture, rather than just trying to have like instant hits, or like posts that get loads of likes and things like that, you know? We don't really look at that. I guess from the record side especially, we don't really do that, but I understand how it's important to do that if you want to be getting gigs. And, you know, from like promoters' perspective, I know that they do look at numbers. But yeah, I think just overall, just knowing what your brand is important.
Yeah, I think generally, like, there's a lot of expectations on artists now, and labels. So generally, like, I try not to, whereas maybe previously I would have been like a bit more, you just kind of figure that out together. I think you have to make a plan, like what are the expectations, what's the frequency you're going to post. And I think there's just a general mantra that I have now, just in terms of like, and also managing the artists and managers' expectations of like, it's all about consistency rather than intensity. Like, you're not going to become, it's not going to just be like, it's very, very hard to kind of think that you're just going to have this overnight success, and it just needs to be kind of catered for, and figuring out which platforms, like what content, as you as an artist, what platforms lend itself more to the kind of stuff that you're making, and how can you connect with an audience.
I guess to add to it, like, you know, when people want something like instantly, like they want overnight success, it's like even the people we work with, whether that's like on distribution and stuff like that, everyone is in it for the long run. So we're just thinking about the bigger picture and just keeping the brand at the top while building up the artists, but not necessarily chasing just these super viral moments, because I feel like that takes away from the creative and just like the artistry a bit.
Yeah, plus as well, they're just so impossible to engineer. A lot of it's just kind of stacking the odds in your favour, and it's like, I don't even think about virality in that sense. I'm like, you know, I don't think that like one of the tracks is going to just be, you know, go big on TikTok. It's not that kind of record. It's not that kind of platform. But, you know, we wouldn't, you know, turn it down. But the music's on there. It's presented. Our artists are on TikTok. They'll post, and they can be creative with it as any way fit. But also, I'm very mindful of like artists' mental well-being. Like, that's why there's not this kind of huge expectation to be constantly on these platforms. Even now, I have to post on the label platforms that we represent. And I go in with the best intentions. I have a schematic, and in 10 minutes, I'm like looking at someone's uncle eating dinner. You know, so like these platforms are just meant to suck you in, and like the amount of time and that I've lost just kind of going in with the best intentions to post something, and then 20 minutes later, I'm like, what am I doing? You know, so I see it myself. Like, so I think you've got to make a plan, figure out like, and especially just, you know, it's easy for me to kind of suggest and go, but, you know, it's not my name above the threshold. Like, their profiles, their public persona. So there's sometimes some people can be quite anxious about like how it's written, the tone, the content, you know, and you have to kind of maybe coax someone a bit more and just kind of make them feel a bit more emotionally supported.
Yeah, like the mental health aspect is super important, because I work with some artists who are just constantly on their phones and just comparing themselves to other artists of either similar following or careers, and it's kind of bad for their mental health, and you can see the struggle. What I think has been helpful, and I know that not all artists have management, but just like letting management or social media managers to just take care of the artists' socials is, I think, the best thing to do there.
If they can afford it.
If they can afford it, yeah.
Yeah, actually, Ralph says something which I feel really interesting, and that brings the next topic. Like, one thing is what the artist thinks you want, but another thing is what you really want as a label, no? And that means like to have a clear communication, no, between the label and the artist. Also, how you say to handle the expectation, but at the same time, the anxiety from so many young producers, like they release and they just like go. But if you want to build it up a long-term relation, you need to go step by step, day by day, no? And the experience of you working with huge artists give you this knowledge to take the control of these young promises or newcomers to say, okay, let's make 2 releases, let's see how it's going, and then build that up, the strong relation that we are talking. Like, do you have any kind of experience that you feel like, okay, slow down, boy or girl, and...
Yeah, I think it's expectation management is very important, and that's why it's also important to have some extended talks about this in the beginning before you start working. And I'm usually very honest and always depending on the stage of the individual artist's career. I'm also telling them what we think we are capable of adding or doing for him or with him, and even I don't know what to expect if I release a new artist, even like a single from an established artist. You know, it's like betting on horses. You never really know what's happening. That's actually the fun aspect of being in the music business or running a music label. You know, sometimes music is making it up to the top that you never thought about, and the other way around. So, but that's why it's important to have a long-term strategy. And I'm always telling artists, hey, come on, we're doing this first release, let's see how it goes, let's take it as a test, and then we build it up from there. Because an artist or a producer can only grow, in my opinion, with the music they release. There are a lot of producers who are like making music, or so-called bedroom producers or whatever, they're making music for years, and they can't really progress or innovate, because I think you really need to release music first, because then you always have a reference point to go back to, and then to look back. Okay, that's what I've done at that point at my career, you know, and then you're evolving. So patience is very important in an artist's career.
Yeah. So like at Drumcode, we do have this annual VA comp, like it's called A-Sides. We've been doing it for years. And quite a few artists who have released later on the label, like some solo work, whether it's a single or an EP, have been on A-Sides first. So yeah, I mean, I've been at Drumcode for the past 3 years now, and I've already seen some artists that have started on A-Sides, and now they've released their own release, you know, a proper campaign. So yeah, it's similar approach, I guess, where we just like see how it goes, do a single, and yeah, see where it takes us. But then, because we do events on the side as well, there's been some artists that have been developed by Drumcode a lot. For example, Leighton Giordani. He's a good example of that, where it kind of started off, I mean, that was before my time, but it started off with just like him, you know, meeting Adam and then releasing the music, and then he started playing the shows, and that's how he's been built up. So it took a couple of years to do that, and now he's kind of doing more his own thing, but he's still releasing with us. And even now, they did this remix for Party All the Time, and it just like made both Adam's and Leighton's like recent work and like career even better. Like both of their like Spotify for artists, and the monthly listeners have just gone up. So yeah, it's just like a long type of game, I guess.
Yeah, completely.
What about you, Anthony?
Well, I think that we was at Mesh, like because on top of like releasing music, we do like audiovisual immersive experiences. We're in the process of developing a podcast. And we do a mix series, and obviously that's nothing kind of new, but it's like trying to find different avenues of like how can we introduce this artist to our audience, and then for them to kind of get involved and, you know, test like what's the process, how are they operating, like how's the mix, like how's that been, you know. We've also got our Discord channel as well that we've done Q&As and round tables and introduce artists that way. And also a French artist called Odalie, who we found on Discord and then developed and now is released on the record label, so it's kind of like a bit of an incubator for, you know, kind of emerging artists. And also because of the nature of the platform, and there's academics, mathematicians, a whole pool of different disciplines and visual artists, so there's kind of accents of like collaboration, and so there's multiple ways rather than just kind of releasing music to kind of try and push the profiles of artists now. And I think as much as it's for the artists, it's for the record labels to experiment with in which ways that you can kind of push that. But yeah, just to echo what Ralph and Charlotte have said, like it's all about long-term vision and strategy, especially when you're pitching to, you know, our distributor is Believe, you know, and the first thing they want to know, like, what's the story, like, what's the goals here, like, because they need something tangible to, they're pitching day in, day out to, like, they've got maybe 40, 50 clients per distro manager, so, like, how can we separate our pitches to the other clients that they have, you know, because, you know, you want to be able to kind of find hooks or, you know, different ways to convey stories. There was someone was at the another conference last week, and I was speaking to another distro manager because I was like, how could labels help you, you know, perform your job better? And he was just like, the way I go about pitching is just like story first and statistics after. And I don't know if that's gospel, but it's just it was just a helpful kind of barometer of like, because there's so much information and you want to just throw it over someone's head all in one go. So yeah, story first, statistics after, and then just kind of keep them updated so you're at the forefront of their mind.
What's interesting to see, to learn, is that all the labels represented here today, we obviously all have some kind of management capacity as well, you know, either connected to the business model or whatever. So obviously, it needs a 360-degree perspective to build a relationship with an artist, a label-artist relationship.
So do you think it's always a good thing to offer to the artist that you believe in the vision and mission, the management thing, not only the label thing? So do you think management and label relation is something like a good match to offer to the artist?
Yeah, of course, in a way, the label is also like an A&R platform for the management, you know, so if it happens, if we see after a while there's the potential, there's the need also for management, then of course we are ready to take on that obligation.
Are you doing in Drumcode some kind of management for new artists or new promise or?
Not at Drumcode directly, but Adam's manager, he has his own management company, and he manages other artists on there, like there is Juliet Fox, Yours Born, yeah, there's a couple of artists on there. So yeah, it is very similar. Like there's a lot of kind of hybrids these days, and I have friends in other labels who have the same thing when it's like a label management company, sometimes even publishing. I feel like people are getting more into just like other areas, you know, and just to build these relationships with artists.
Are you offering also, Anthony, management to the artists that you work with, and how is the journey?
It's not that we're, I mean, like, I guess it's a conversation, is it? If they don't have, you know, if they were seeking representation, then I guess it's kind of, but it's not something we kind of openly kind of offer off the bat. It's something that you just kind of develop naturally, I think, you know. It's yet to happen. You know, we've not done that. We represent 2 other artists and 3 record labels in total, but you know, obviously there's kind of always there. You know, if someone feels like you obviously work together, you build a close relationship by the label, then we're open to it. But it's not something we kind of open, like put on the, you know, the community notice board. But I think, yeah, like the advocacy of a good management team is really helpful, and you know, they can bring a whole array of different skills and strategy and you know, bring a lot of, you know, different aspects and also just the support as well from them. Sometimes it can be detrimental, sometimes it can be a pain, and they can, you know, they can be too pushy, or you know, sometimes you've just got to kind of, yeah, if it's a good management team, then it's worth its weight in gold.
Yeah, actually,
but maybe just to add one thing. So even without having a management mandate for artists we're working with on the label, we are automatically giving them as much advice as possible. You know, we are even helping them sometimes to maybe find another label to release on, you know, to build up on what we started, for example. And we're also helping them with maybe getting remixes or remix projects and so on, because at the end this is all in our interest and it's all getting back to us. Because if we are starting to build up a catalog with an artist, you know, it doesn't matter if he has like the next big record on another label or on Mobily. At the end, we are all kind of benefiting because we are all in the same ecosystem, and especially in streaming era, this is then all like kind of like pulled up again through the algorithms.
Yeah, same for us. Like, to be honest, we do encourage our artists that we work with to release on other labels as well, because they do release annually on Drumcode, and it's not an exclusive deal with us. And as you say, it does help to even boost the music on our label. If they do it with a completely different label that might even be in a slightly different genre, and then it's a hit. So I think it all like kind of complements each other.
We have seen releases that kind of got picked up 2 or 3 years later, you know, so where we were also surprised, you know, oh wow, where are these streams are coming from suddenly. So what we learned in the past years especially is that releasing music, also investing in music first, and then recouping it is a long-term project again, you know, so it's more a marathon than a short distance run. This is why I'm also, when we talk about music and the state of music industry, I'm always like motivating everybody, artists, managements and labels, invest in releases, invest in quality. It is paying out on the long term, you know, it's proven.
And actually, all the artists, they need to know really what it means to have a label. No, we have a previous chat some weeks ago, and we talk about like some artists just like are too demanding, but they don't know what is to have a label, and you have expenses. Remember that we were talking that you need to pay your office, you need to pay for the covers, you need to pay a lot of things, no? And there is so many artists who or don't realize, or maybe they don't know about it, and it's really important to understand this, where all the work comes from, you know. Actually, so many people told me that you need to be crazy to have a record label, because really in the beginning is tough. In terms of money, you lose much more money than, I mean, not to make the label to get money, because otherwise you will suffering, especially in the beginning. But yeah, it would be nice if you can tell us a little bit of how was the beginning of, for example, Mobile or Drumcode, or how was your project also, Anthony, like, how you feel?
I think it's way harder to start a record label today, because, I mean, I don't know, Drumcode has been going on for 25 years now, and I know the story of how it started. Like, Adam was living in Sweden, he was working at a record shop, and then his now manager, he was working for a distributor in the UK, and he was sending him the music, and then Adam started Drumcode, and for ages it was just that. Then he started DJing, and it was, you know, just like building this community. But I feel like in recent, like maybe in the last, since around 2010, like when digital music started becoming a thing, is when, you know, people started to see more like revenue, and you could invest more into the label. We're at a point now where we just upfront all the costs, whether that's like paying for masters, obviously artwork, PR, all of that. And then, yeah, we just account it back to the artist twice a year, because that's when we run our like royalty statements, and our deals are very fair. So it's like a nice cycle now, super simple. But I know that now if you're starting a label, you probably need some investment from like a distributor or someone to help you like get off your feet a bit, and then you need an artist who will be kind of the key artist, the main artist, who will help you, you know, make some money for the label so that you can sign other artists who are smaller. Like, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, well, Mesh was established in 2016, so we don't have the kind of back catalogue to kind of rely on, especially when you're working with emerging artists. And, you know, there's 3 kind of key revenue streams for record labels, and that's digital streaming, downloads, synchronization, and merch. So, you know, it's just a balancing act, you know, and I think it's difficult for the artists as well, because they're putting so much work into the craft and not seeing any kind of short-term financial gains from it. But up until the point they're able to kind of tour, but some artists don't tour. So I think it's just about trying to be transparent and having conversations. And I think I try to manage expectations as much as I can. I think for the best part, most artists understand that. So, and I understand that there's fiscal challenges for them as well. So, yeah, hopefully just kind of just like, we have a long-term vision, we've got a goal, we've got a strategy in it. That, you know, when Mesh was first founded, a lot of the initial investment came from Max Cooper, who founded it. You know, there's a lot of kind of investment from his side, and now we've grown it to the point where the platform is self-sufficient, which feels like a huge win in this climate. So, you know, it's just about us not just getting to those milestones, but us building confidence around it as an enterprise, you know, as a reputable imprint. And you know, as much as like I think a lot of us can probably say that, you know, the creative side can just feel so easy at times, and sometimes, but the business development of it is just as crucial, because there's such a symbiotic relationship. They need to go hand in hand, and if you don't have that, then that's where I think some labels can become unstuck, because it just does become a balancing act every quarter for cash flow. You know, especially when you invest in masters artwork. You know, at one point we were, you know, the start we were investing in videos, and we were quickly looking like the pot of money just going down so quick, and it was like, we can't afford this. You know, we just can't afford this. It's like it's such a painful thing to remove, and you just kind of have to pick your battles. For albums, we'll probably invest in one, whereas you know, we'd love to do 4 or 5. We'd love to do for one for every track, but it's not financially viable. So
yeah, without a large catalog that we built up in the last almost 20 years, we wouldn't be able to do the work that we are doing. So to keep the infrastructure intact and to invest in new releases, I would say if we are lucky, every 5th, maybe even 10th release is kind of like covering the costs for all the others. You know, so and again, like it's collecting micro money, you know, from streaming, from some downloads, neighboring rights, maybe publishing and all the other stuff, you know. So, and even figuring all that out needs a few years to get there. So yeah, it's if you want to lose money, start a label right now from scratch. So yeah, and there's so much noise out there. To break through, you need a lot of marketing activities and spendings. But of course, there are also interesting examples, you know. I think this, like, being a creative, like-minded collective who's kind of like maybe inventing something new still works, but rarely.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's like you have to choose where you want to spend your money, really, or like as a label, because yeah, like we don't do any music videos really. Once in a while, if we want to do one, but it's just not something we do. And I mean, we also invest in marketing and stuff, but I feel like back in the day, and like even before Drumcode, it's like we would spend so much money on like digital ads, and it could be like a couple of grand for like an album, and it's like, wow, but then you have to think about like, is that actually getting converted into downloads and streams? Like, are you making the money back? So it's just like identifying what could be better. For example, like if we do want to boost some Spotify streams, we just do Spotify marquees instead of running ads on Instagram, you know?
But you're only qualifying for Spotify marquee campaigns from a certain threshold on. You know?
That's
so
true.
it's not easy to
just
get
in my
there.
Drumcode world.
Do you think like right now the label can survive without showcases? Because actually showcases is a really good way to build that up, the strong relation with new artists, no? They have a release and then you book to the showcase, and then you can really between both to know the mission and the vision from the label. That do you think like your record labels could survive right now without showcases? Because showcases is a really good way also to bring money to the brand to then to invest again on the label. Like, how is your perspective about this? Are you doing showcases right now with your labels?
Well, Drumcode obviously is doing that very successfully.
Yeah, Drumcode, of course.
Yeah, but Drumcode also has Adam Beyer, you know, and to be honest, you know, so it's difficult, like if you want to produce a label showcase these days that's going to compete with the standard that we have out there, it's a very big investment. It's another professional infrastructure and a big team and lots of money. You know, we're talking about like Afterlife, Dynamique, Drumcode, and a few others, you know. So, tricky. But if you make it, it's definitely co-financing all the other fun.
I guess it depends, but I think like showcases and just like events in general are just kind of suffering right now still, and it's hard for people. I mean, we do struggle sometimes with some of our shows, you know, just like trying to sell tickets immediately. Like sometimes they sell out a week before, but it's like you need to sell it before the show, you know. So like it can be a bit of a struggle, but we did have, because we have 2 other sub-labels, True Soul, which is more like melodic and more like electronic, and Drum Code Limited, which is more like raw, like stripped back techno. And so in March we had at Drum Sheds, we had room 2 was the True Soul room, and that was the first time we ever did True Soul, and that was a big hit, to be fair. And people in the comments were like, "Oh, more True Soul around the world," you know, but we've never done it. But it was like nice to see that. Yeah.
Yeah, we've done a few. We've done like spatial audio events, events in Dolby Atmos, 4D sound. They're obviously not, some of those kind of, some of the artists don't work in those formats, so you just kind of try and tailor things. And obviously with Max Cooper tours internationally, we always try and find, you know, if there's specific territories where the artist's from, that we'll have them on support. I think it's just trying to improve your value proposition as a record label. Like some artists really want to tour and they want to show, so you just try and give them a platform to be able to showcase their work. I think just to echo, again, Charlotte and Ralph, is that there's a lot of market forces and stuff and legal and political stuff that's kind of out of our control that's really affecting ticket sales. So again, it's the you know, it really does need another professional infrastructure. Like when you're limited to like a team of 2, there's only so much that you're able to do. So you have to prioritize and do your best. So I think, yeah, showcases are essential. I think they just need to be gauged. But again, it's not just looking over the fence. Like if I, you know, look at Charlotte, like try and do a Drum Sheds event, it might be a bit of a push, but it's like, you know, yeah, but doing something like, you know, a 200 cap venue for some of your emerging artists, and that's achievable. And you know, it still even that can sometimes take a lot of promo work, and you might just break even. But again, it is what it is.
Yeah, but Anthony just threw in an interesting keyword: immersive audio, Dolby Atmos. You know, we're talking about like investment and production costs for a label. You know, if you look at the Apple Music requirement these days, you know, or like for music delivery, if you want to match these high standards, which also includes Dolby Atmos delivery, for example, these days, it's another cost factor that's coming in. All in all, I really believe in quality and really trying to match the highest standard possible in every segment of our music production chain. And this is what at the end separates the professionals from the amateurs, you know, even if it's maybe not so popular to say it so drastic like this, but I think that's the strategy to go.
I would love if you can tell us, all of you, some tips about one topic that you can talk with so many artists about, like royalty collections, reporting and payments, because there is so many like knowledge from the artists and so many issues like, yeah, the label doesn't pay me, or what is about the royalties, or what is about like, we can go deep to this topic and tell us what is real, the truth behind the curtain.
What do you mean, like what? Why some record labels don't pay?
No, like
you can't tell the truth.
Yeah,
here.
Like no, like how you act or like how you work in terms of like clear communication with the artist about this, so you build up a strong confidence between the artist.
I think you're just trying to be, you know, outline it from the get. You know, it's obviously within the contract when you first sign the agreement of like the terms of which is for us every 6 months that we report our statements to, and if they've ever got any questions around the statement, I feel like our statements are kind of fairly. You know, kind of clear and understandable. And if anyone has questions at any point, I'm always like exercising, like just we've got an open door. Please ask. You know, if you're unclear of anything in terms of your statement, then. But I think, you know, I can't speak for other labels. You know, one thing that I can speak to, when I think a lot of record labels start as just a passion project, and before they know it, they've 30 releases, and they're like, we've not sorted our royalty statements. We've not paid them out for, you know, this amount of time, and that reflects poorly in terms of building and trust and relationship, because it is a professional relationship and it's a business relationship, and you know you have a moral obligation to report to artists and show them, be transparent in terms of the financial aspects of it all. Like, not just a business obligation, it's a moral obligation. And I think, just our policy is just want to be open. And if you want to ask questions around that, that's fine. Because sometimes I get confused sometimes in terms of like, music copyright is so fractionalized, and you're getting these reports with like 0.4 pence coming in for per stream, and you're getting all these different sheets, and it can get confusing. So I think just trying to be transparent.
Yeah, we do the same. We are pretty honest and straightforward about it. We also account back to the artist twice a year when we run the statements, mostly because sometimes as a label you do work with different companies, and so they have different timings of when they send out those statements, so it's just better to do it twice a year for us. Our deals are very straightforward and very fair as well, compared to maybe some other labels. And it's pretty. We have it pretty good. Like, it's no, it says it does what it says on the tin, I guess. But we use Amp Suite, and I think you do as well, which is a great platform for this. Yeah, literally. That's what it is. But also for emerging artists, or if they want to start a label, most distributors, they do statements every month or every quarter. So I feel like if you have a label that is not paying you regularly, then they're a bad label.
I must say that the administration for regular royalty statements is massive, especially if you have a large catalog. And we realize, because maybe, just to give an example, I think maybe most of us, we are coming from this 50-50 deals. This is what kind of got established a while ago, because we all thought that's a fair deal, it's transparent, it's easy, we share costs 50-50, we share revenue 50-50. And I changed my mind about that a while ago, and we are now trying to establish a new deal structure, which is, in my opinion, more clear, transparent, and also just so much easier to administrate, which is just like a percentage pro rata. It's like actually going back from where the music industry is coming from. That means we are doing the investments, and the artist gets paid from the first play or stream on, which is maybe 25% or something like that. The risk is bigger on the label side, but then again, there's the chance that maybe in 5, 6, 7, 8 years from now, while the artist already gets paid, the label is then maybe also making a good benefit and cut with less administrative work involved. And we actually have running costs over, let's say, 10 years. The artist is doing this song, of course, spending a lot of time and investing a lot of creative energy in doing that. But I think that's kind of what I feel, or what I realized is where things are not in balance anymore after, let's say, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9, or 10 years. So that's something that we are trying to establish right now and within our artist network.
We had just an interesting panel with one of the guys from Bandcamp, and I want to ask you, as owner labels and people who work label, what do you feel about? I don't know if we have someone in the room from Beatport or from Traxsource, but how do you feel about all this platform? And is a fair deal with the label, or the situation could be better? And honestly, I think also Bandcamp was a really great solution for independent labels and underground artists. So how do you feel working with these platforms, with Beatport, Traxsource, or Bandcamp? Do you feel it's a fair for the labels? Because so many friends told me it could be better.
In the sense of how could it be better? How? What's the?
In terms of more percent for the label, in terms of sales, and in the end, the labels are bringing the music to these platforms. So how you feel the relation with all these platforms?
I think that the percentage is akin to kind of major distribution deals anyway. So I feel like that was it feels fair to me. obviously there's certain platform again, understanding Bandcamp's overheads and office costs and staff costs. So I mean, for us, it's been it's been crucial. It's been vital in terms of, especially for the formats. Obviously, a lot of the audience, because of the nature of the music and the kind of sound design element to mesh, people want that highest fidelity audio file. They want the WAVs. So Bandcamp is just great, and the branding around Bandcamp has been incredible in terms of like, it feels there's a good community on there. There's a lot of audiophiles, a lot of people just really kind of wanting to go there to support artists, and the fact you can have a music library, you can leave comments, like all the functionality around it's pretty helpful, and the community aspect of it, and the fact you can build up a database, and when you push out a release, it goes to everyone's email that there's a new release. I think there's great functionality on there. In terms of fairness, I think particularly over the pandemic, like it was a total lifeline. I think some people had, they were kind of at home bored and then buying more vinyl than they would have done really in digital. So like it was really, it was a total lifeline for us. So, I mean, could it be fair? I'm not sure. I don't know.
So Bandcamp works really well for merchandise products, like especially vinyl. We put a lot of effort into this last year. Like setting all our vinyl archive up on Bandcamp, and it's amazing to see like how many people are kind of like still digging, like I did in the past. I like a label. I want to have all of the records, and there are really people who are like trying to complete their collection and like ordering like records from, I don't know, 15 years ago. That's amazing. It's making some pocket money, but it's also a great fan service at the same time. And I think the payout from Bandcamp is amazing. It's really fair for artists, labels, whoever is involved. Beatport is also still a very good revenue source if you have a successful track there, especially if you compare it to monetization on Spotify, for example. It's the hell. So it's the market leader, but it's my biggest fiend at the same time. So that's also one of the reasons why we are supporting new formats and new technologies like spatial audio, Dolby Atmos, immersive audio, which is all the same thing, so much, because this is hopefully driving more people to other platforms who have a better monetization and especially a better listening experience. So our artists especially are putting so much effort in the perfect mix, in the perfect mastering, in a just great production, and then most of the people are listening to this music on a very low compressed MP3 format on Spotify. That's like something I hope that we can shift a little bit to a better listening experience, to a better monetization for artists and labels and so on. And on the other hand, there's like a whole generation grew up with this listening experiences. They don't know the difference, so they buy headphones for €200, and then listening to a free subscription on Spotify, that doesn't make sense. So I really hope that, that we are getting back to quality listening experience, and then again that young people who are discovering our music are also willing to spend €9.99 for a subscription.
And for Drumcode, that you are all the time in the top, is the revenue, like it's great, right?
Yeah, like it's pretty good. I mean, in terms of Bandcamp, that is probably the platform where we kind of sell the least, but it's good to be on there anyway. I think it's good to be on all platforms really, because each platform has its own audience, and so if someone is a very strict Bandcamp user, they will only buy on Bandcamps, and if you're a DJ, you want to buy on Beatport, you do that. So I think it's good to be everywhere. And yeah, everyone kind of names their price, and if you want to be on those platforms, you just do it. So, it kind of is what it is. But yeah, like we do pretty well in terms of downloads and stuff. We do have an exclusive deal with Beatport where it's like a 2-week exclusive, and then it can be everywhere. But that does come with its perks. You know, it's like we do have some percentage deal with them, but then we do get homepage banners or like the genre page banners or like features on new releases. Sometimes we're pushed on their socials and things like that. So it's a collaborative thing, I think. So yeah.
And we are reaching the end of the panel, and I would love to any advice from you to new artists, to newcomers, from the label's perspective. What you would say to these artists to have a strong relation with you if they decide to work with you? What will be some highlights that you would say to these new artists, the new generation, especially that you're working in the market since a long time ago? What you would say to them?
Yeah, work on your craft. And be different. It's actually always the same advices you're giving to new talents. Yeah, but for me, it's really like try to be different. You know, don't just like copy what's hot right now. Yeah, so we have a few examples of artists where I'm really happy that we took that on, tried it out. It was something new. It was something different, and it worked out really well.
Yeah, definitely. It is about quality. I would also say, like, I'm thinking about the artists that I like to work with, and in the last 8 years that have stood out to me, whether they were small and just like, you know, trying to grow their careers, is that just like be professional, because so sometimes like artists, they are not professional or they're rude, and if you're like that, people will remember you as that. So if you're going to be kind of nagging and like almost act as if people owe you something, then I think it's gonna go the other way, you know? Whether that's like at the beginning or down the line. So I think, yeah, just like being nice and being professional is always very good. And then, yeah, just trying to be individual and like know what you want and like kind of your vision and where you want it to go. Just,
Sounds
yeah.
great.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were great answers. I think confidence is crucial, and I don't mean like in the kind of like it's kind of nuanced in the sense of like, but confidence in your craft. Like you need to believe in yourself, otherwise other people won't. You have to believe in the work that you do, and you have to believe in your art, because that will enforce that but just by that definition and energy, people will believe in what you're doing, and yeah. And I think standing for something, otherwise you'll fall for anything. So it's like, I think, yeah, just, you know, what are your values? What's your vision? How do you want to connect with people? You know, thinking about these sorts of things, and how are you doing that in your you know, kind of creative expression? And yeah, just to echo what Charlotte says, you know, don't be a dick.
I have one more advice. Like, keep your 9-to-5 job as long as possible before you give it up for your music career.
Yeah. Actually, yesterday we were talking with Andy from Defected, and he tells something which is kind of like never give up. No, it's like old say, which if you have time enough in the barber shop, sooner or later you will get the haircut. So I think this is a really good one, and I just want to say thank you so much for your time, for your knowledge, and yeah, to thank you all also for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And like always, we have the Q&A round. Don't be shy.
Check. Hello. All right.
Check.
How's your mic?
It's okay.
Beautiful.
Let's go.
All right. Welcome, everybody. How to hack the streaming algorithm. My name is Arthur Galestian. I'm your moderator, founder of Global Entry Recordings, and a voting member for the Grammy Awards. And here I have Nico Pisano to my right, over from Dig This Distribution. And, of course, James Carter, founder of Liliera, and also a touring artist and DJ. Why don't you tell us a bit more about yourselves?
Yeah, thank you so much for the introduction. As you already said, my name is Nico Pisano. I'm the network manager at Dig This. We're one of Spotify preferred partner, and we do everything fall to the floor. Now, from a more personal standpoint, I run a label, Sensu Records, which is very, very streaming oriented. And then I'm a very ambitious artist myself, I guess. James, what about you?
Hello. I'm James. I'm from London, UK. I'm an artist and DJ, producer. But a lot of you probably don't know I run a label called Liliera. I've kept it in the background for the last couple of years. And that's pretty much the long and short of it.
Awesome. Just a question for everybody out here in the audience. How many of you guys are primarily artists? Okay.
That's a lot.
Yeah, that is a lot. And how many of you are primarily running a label? All right.
That's great, too.
And how many do both? All right.
All of the label owners also have artists. Yeah.
All right, cool. So let's start with the first question. What is the algorithm?
So the algorithm is, let's just put it this way. It's a music suggestion machine, I guess, which is data-driven, right?
Yeah, I would say so. But I mean, a lot of the way we work with it, I guess, is all speculation rather than, I mean, we're probably talking primarily about Spotify most of the time.
Yes.
So
all of this is from experience because no one actually goes ahead to, or no one at Spotify, for example, goes ahead and tells you, hey, this is how the algorithm works. So please be aware of this. All of this is year-long experience from our side. And we're doing our best here.
I mean, we're quite confident with it. I mean, you can,
True.
if you see the results through the algorithm, then we assume we're doing the right thing to hopefully push it.
Yeah.
Cool. So what are the different kinds of algorithmic playlists that are out there?
I'll let you take this one.
So, first of all, there's autoplay on Spotify. So whenever a playlist ends, for example, whatever song comes next is like an algorithmic play by autoplay. Then you have radio, you have daylist, you have Discover Weekly, you have Release Radar. And the interesting thing is that there are different kind of modes to kind of trigger those algorithmic playlists. But I think we're getting into this as well.
Yeah, we'll get into that later.
Yeah, definitely.
So for all the artists out there who are sitting in the audience now, if they want to learn how to push their release so that the algorithm picks them up, how would you recommend going about doing that?
So at Dig This, at the distributor, we tend to tell our artists triggering the algorithm is all about interaction on your release. So you need to get eyes on your release, you need to get ears on your release, and you need to get clean data on your release. Now, if you're a huge star already, like James kind of is, you kind of have the engagement on your releases right from the get-go, or a big portion of it, right? Now, but if you're like a starting artist, you should take some steps to kind of start triggering engagement on your release to ultimately and hopefully trigger the algorithm at some point. How would you do that, James?
I mean, us at Liliera, the main driving factor is third-party playlists.
Yeah.
So we just have a network of third-party playlists that we grow with ads and various SEO strategies. And yeah, I guess, half the artists we sign are alias projects where people are starting for context, we're a chill house label primarily, moving into the melodic house scene, going more dancey as we're going forward. Because, I guess that the label was founded on building third-party playlists originally, and we were doing promotion for other labels COVID struck, and we decided, well, why not make a label like everyone else? So yeah, I guess half our artists are new artists, bedroom artists, don't actually have a following on socials. So yeah, we push third party with our own lists. Yeah. But then it goes into what you're talking about data-wise.
Yeah, I mean, one way is doing third party, right, playlists. And we're not talking editorial. We're going to get into that eventually, I guess. But interaction from playlists doesn't matter if editorial or third party. And then again, obviously, running ads. And that's, that's always like a big thing because marketing is a job in and of itself, right? And I know that everyone always expects artists to do everything. And here I am sitting telling you, hey, you kind of have to run ads if you don't get the interaction on your releases, by yourself. You have to run ads, but that's just the truth.
I mean, the chances are, with the amount of releases, what is it, 70,000 a day now?
I think it's more now, way more now.
Crazy. If you get upset about not getting editorial, it's probably the hard reality. I've had multiple releases where you get editorial, suddenly you're slapped in the face, the next release, 0. True. So yeah, you have to figure out the marketing yourself.
Yeah.
Whether you do the social media game, whether you do the radio game, my favorite is the third party way. However, that's very passive as well.
True.
Which we will probably get onto as well.
Yeah, but again, just in general, you can say that triggering the Spotify algorithm, you will need engagement on your releases. One way to get it is third party or playlist in general. The other way to get it is to run ads, right?
But directly to the track.
Yeah, true. And I mean, obviously you can do social media strategies, but what's interesting here, which is like kind of the first tip and trick from my end, is that with different strategies, you will trigger different algorithmic playlists, right? So from our experience and what we see at the distributor, it kind of looks like that if you get interaction from playlists, doesn't matter if editorial or third party, you will most likely trigger radio and not Discover Weekly, right? Now, if you go ahead to run ads and get to about a popularity score of 30, right? So every artist, every release, every track has a popularity score given by Spotify, which is like an ongoing, how well is the track going thing, I guess. And if you get to a popularity score of 30 in the past 28 days, which is, according to data analysis, about 9,300 streams in 28 days, you will trigger Discover Weekly, more likely, right? So playlists triggers radio, ads and everything that's coming from your artist profile is triggering Discover Weekly.
Pretty good. So how would you recommend, what's a good strategy for running those ads? Do you recommend running ads directly to a track, an album, a playlist containing the tracks? What's the pro and con?
There's probably a couple of ways to do it, depending whether you get editorial. Going back into the types of playlists, you have editorial, and then there's also personalized editorial, which you're probably better explaining about.
Yeah, I guess we'll get into that later. We have a tip and trick about that as well.
Okay, well, you want to hold on to that.
So yeah, sorry, what was the question again?
What's a good strategy for running the ads? Would you go directly to the track? Would you do it to an album, a certain playlist?
Well, if we're only talking about algorithmic stuff, if we're only talking about, hey, we want to trigger the algorithm, I would suggest running social ads, preferably story ads, reel ads, TikTok, right? For the release. So when people click on that link, conversions by the way, they will get to the release and listen on the release page. Because as I said, that will most likely trigger Discover Weekly instead of radio, which to me looks like the stronger algorithmic playlist. Now, data health is the more important topic here.
Where would you be targeting, especially?
So in general, you can say that wherever the engagement on your release is coming from, that's where you're going to trigger the algorithm, right? So if you only run tier 3 countries, so if you only run ads in Turkey, Brazil, you most likely will get algorithmic engagement from those territories as well, right? So I would suggest running tier 1 countries. Having good data health is what we'll just call it for now. Good targeting, people that are actually interested in the music, right? And if you get enough eyes and ears on there, you will trigger that playlist, which is, if you get it, it's great.
So as far as the playlisting campaign, how would that differ if you're an artist that wants to run the campaign versus if you're a label?
I mean, I guess if you're a label, it's probably easier because you have the catalogue, which also causes problems as well, where you'd probably run it to a playlist.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you have 100 records of your own catalogue in that playlist, and go that approach. I guess if you're an artist, you probably don't have enough catalogue to push your own playlist, and it's going to cost an absolute arm and a leg. I mean, if you've got money to go, just go for it. But yeah, I guess the playlist strategy as well, you'd end up with organic streams as well from that so-called playlist potentially ranking for certain keywords. But yeah, I would probably go for the track by itself.
So track level for ads.
I reckon so, yeah.
Yeah, true. And again, this is something that no one really tells you about. You have to run conversions if you're running social media ads, because people are talking about link click ads, right? Now, what no one tells you is that a like, clicking on like the comment section, clicking on your profile, are also link clicks. So whenever Meta, for example, optimizes for link clicks, they also optimize for likes, also optimize for comments, which kind of sounds good for a start, right? But you actually want people to get on Spotify, which is the hard part. So I would always run conversions just because the data and the traffic you get on your release is much healthier that way. If you run a traffic campaign and just check like the interactions on your post, like who liked the story, who new followers and stuff, all of the profiles you get follow like 3,000 people, 4,000 people. While if you're running conversions, you actually get people that, just regular you and me Instagram profiles that follow like 200 or 300 people. And that's the actual traffic you want to have. And if they visit your Spotify, become fans more or less, and you have a good listener to stream ratio of 2 or maybe 3 even, I think you have good chances to get in there, to get picked up by the algorithm.
Sure. I mean, also the other thing, picking up on that, going back to the point before,
yeah,
whether you target a track specifically or your own playlist.
Yes.
Let's say you've put your track 2 or track 3 in the said playlist that you're going to be running ads to.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what's your focus? You're trying to get healthy data streams for that record to hopefully trigger the algorithm.
Mm-hmm.
But if your track is further down that list, skip rate's probably higher.
True.
Save rates will be lower. If it's track specific, people are probably following that ad to save that record. Otherwise, potentially, what your hope is they're going to save the playlist, and that probably won't be too helpful for the record.
And also, there's one thing to me that is super important to keep an eye on. If you do like a third-party playlist campaign, let's say you go to SubmitHub, which is great, by the way. Let's say you go to SubmitHub, you submit to a few playlists, or you just do like the email send-out stuff, where you just figure out who the curator is yourself, just send them an email. You absolutely have to do your due diligence. You have to check platforms like, is it a good playlist, for example, for spikes in followers? Because if you get on a botted playlist, your chances for algorithmic success are going to be lost for that track.
I mean, even if you do, the algorithm will probably push botted so-called users on platform, which are non-realistic people, to that music, so you'll get no streams.
True.
But I mean, the other thing as well is obviously if you're releasing a chill house record, I mean, a lot of our artists weekly are, maybe they're doing a submit campaign,
mm-hmm.
and they're doing as many credits as they can possibly do.
Yeah.
end up on, I don't know, a Star Wars soundtrack or something, like ridiculous things, or like a, I don't know, an EDM playlist.
Yeah, true. Just stuff that just
that's
doesn't
the
quite
wrong
match.
data. Exactly.
Yeah. Just stuff that doesn't quite match. And that, again, is a data health thing. Your goal has to be to get the perfect listeners only on your releases.
I mean, it would be tempting. I mean, if
true, it
I
is
mean,
tempting.
You speak to people and they go, okay, yeah, chuck me $50 and I'll put it in the playlist. Okay, great, you might get 10,000 streams, but long term, it's not worth it.
Yeah,
ever.
that's just not the long play. So you want to target people that are in the right genre, and that also goes for playlists. If you get on a playlist that doesn't have anything to do with what your track is, you will have streams on there or listeners on there that are not particularly interested in your track, your genre. And that, again, will kind of, I don't know, confuse the algorithm in a way. It's kind of hard to, just to talk about the algorithm. But I kind of think of it like a very scared animal. Whenever you have something, you have to be very clean with it. You have to be very careful with it. You just no bad stuff in there. Just don't confuse it. And then you will eventually trigger it at some point. And as you said, it is super tempting to just go, hey, there are streams coming in, there are streams coming in. But that's a very, very short-term strategy. And I guess what we're trying to do is go long-term every time.
Yeah, I mean, also, you just need to be careful in general.
True.
So I don't know where I was going with that. I had a
Botting.
thought on well, I mean, the botting, yeah. But, I mean, for example, Nettie's platform chart, I mean, obviously we've been talking a lot about Spotify.
Yeah.
Spoke to the editor, the editor, the main guy. They basically don't do playlists.
Yeah.
They want it all to be user-generated. Pretty much all traffic comes from, like, socials, real fan type stuff. And it's just a snowball effect.
Yeah.
So there's almost a point to say that marketing a record is a bad idea unless it's social driven.
True.
I mean, we see a lot of that now. Every label is signing artists and saying, okay, how are you doing on TikTok? How do you get a viral video? Unfortunately, the algorithm absolutely feeds into that.
True. But, if we're talking social and TikTok, that, again, I think is a wonderful strategy. Obviously, getting or something becoming viral is very, very hard to kind of control. But if we're talking something is going viral on TikTok, and then people actually go and stream it on Spotify, that would be very, very beneficial for the algorithm.
Data, that would be
great. Yeah.
That would be the best ad campaign you could possibly do.
True. Because it is people that saw your stuff, just got intrigued, very, very interested, and actually did the thing. They closed the app where they saw the video, opened a different app, and just clicked on or searched for your artist name, searched for the track. And if we're talking about data health, clean data, that's just about the best thing you can get, I guess.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, the other point I was going to mention was just about labels in general, where you might sign to a label because they have a playlist that's,
Yeah.
well, I mean, in the chill house space, if you're a chill house artist, you'd probably want to go to a label that has the biggest chill house playlist.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you go to that label where maybe their marketing strategy is 100% of that playlist is catalog. If I have my release in there, especially if I'm a new artist,
Yeah.
my fans also like section on Spotify will change almost immediately. And it would become the other artists on that label. So whereas before it could be, yeah, my fans are the same as your fans.
Yeah.
And then we had similar and we're completely separate, just a coincidence. But
would you say that is something you would have to break out of it again? After you're in there, you have those fans also like sections, artists.
I mean, I guess it's a bit of give and take.
Yeah.
I mean, you can go to certain labels where potentially they've reached such a large audience in that space where they're just smashing it, and you will get an absolute ton of fans and streams because the suggested content is what people want to hear.
Yeah.
But at the same time, if you want to try and be a radio superstar or something, how the hell do you get your track to be suggested similar to David Guetta or someone like that? Not, my mate who's also in the same playlist.
Yeah, true. So you would say, if you're on one playlist Spotify will kind of think, or the algorithm will kind of think that you are related to those artists and just put them on your fans also like section, right?
Yeah, exactly. Happens, 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, we talked to some labels at the distributor, Addictus, that kind of play this game of just strategically placing tracks with other big artists, other big tracks, right? So the algorithm or the data kind of just connects you with that, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And if you do that 100 times, for example, right? If you can convince 100 curators to put your track next to David Guetta's, and you can actually, now David Guetta is like a huge example, and you can actually get David Guetta on your fans also like section, that would be a winner, because that just heightens your chances for autoplay, for example. So whenever a David Guetta track is done, your track might be next.
Yeah, I mean that would be the goal.
Yeah, true.
But then again, you don't have. If you're doing ads to your playlists and conversions, to be able to make it worth it, you would need as much catalog as possible.
Yeah, true.
But I mean, for us as a label, we've changed considerably from a couple of years ago to now, where it was day one of release. Let's just push it as hard as possible with third-party playlists, especially our own, and possibly have quite a lot of catalog in that playlist. But then we're seeing the issue of suggested artists are always our artists, basically.
Yeah.
So we've pretty much tried to change it where maybe we have a playlist of 300 tracks, only 10-20% is catalog. And then also have these so-called playlist network partners where every Friday it's a bit of a weird circle where we all hit up each other on Facebook. It's the only reason I use Facebook other than it's pretty strange.
I think Facebook is the place for trades.
It is. It's like a black
weird.
market of playlist traders.
Yeah.
But so every Friday, including this morning, not ideal when you're catching a flight. But we just hit each other up, and the idea is, we all want to help each other with the release. We basically just exchange placements. But I mean, where I'm going with that is not about the whole trade and community. It's more, if we have our track in 10 different playlists, performing 10 times less in each playlist than we could otherwise with our own playlists, the data will be so spread that hopefully it's not fudging the artist's fans also like section too much. But it's a balance. I mean, we've also done it with artists that are already developing where the release radar is super good. We almost think it's better not to do any playlist campaign.
That's probably true, because we've seen artists in the Dicta's catalog that just work. And again, no one really knows this, but we suspect it's the popularity score of that artist, right? So we see artists that just have like 100K streams every Monday from Discover Weekly. Like every Monday you can see the spikes. Right?
Yeah, I mean, realistically, in my opinion, someone like that shouldn't run a playlist campaign.
True, because confusing the algorithm is a bad idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It will potentially make it worse.
True.
And we have this discussion with a lot of our artists currently where last year radio algorithm was booming. I mean, it's a whole other topic about discovery mode because that's changing like constantly.
Yeah.
But people who had crazy radio algorithm last year versus this year, we question whether it's, I don't know, could it be the distributor? Could it be the what's happening to discovery mode where things are being just opted in and out all the time? Or is it simply down to is data being too messed around with?
Yeah, maybe it's just one bad playlist, right? So, I don't know, let's say all of your traffic, most of your traffic is coming from Germany, and you get on one big playlist that does, I don't know, just weird stuff, bots, whatever, right? You can kind of destroy all your algorithmic chances with that. But yeah.
So
that's a bit of a sad point.
You've already kind of touched on this though. How do you take all this knowledge and practically apply it to your own line of work? So, for example, you've tried so many different things, and the landscape's always changing in different ways. So, if you have a release coming up now, whether as an artist or a label, how do you take all this knowledge and apply it to your own lines of work? So this is a question for both of you, but I think we'll start with you.
I mean, it probably all comes back to the first point of just clean data.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I might have to swerve the question back to you, actually.
Yeah, okay.
But
I mean, with my label, for example, I tend to do third-party stuff. I have my own playlists. I do some trades, right? I do some Submit Hub. Very, very careful, though, just to trigger radio. Then I'm also like in a very good position that I also work with artists that get a good amount of editorials, which is very, very clear, because if you get on an editorial and even if they just put the track off again, you will see radio will be triggered. So I do the whole playlist stuff for radio, right? And then I'm just starting to run ads now for like singular releases every Friday, just a bit of budget to also increase the chances of triggering Discover Weekly.
I mean, we haven't really got onto discovery mode.
Yeah,
which
we'll
was,
get to that.
I mean, it was a pretty big topic.
True.
But I feel like it's kind of watered down a bit.
Yeah.
But I mean, for context, yeah, if you don't know much about discovery mode, it was the fee. I mean, as a distributor, you should probably say what it is, right?
So, discovery mode is a fairly new program by Spotify where you can opt in tracks, right, for discovery mode, and then Spotify will take that track and push it out further in autoplay and in radio algorithmic playlists, right? Now, the one thing everyone was screaming about is that Spotify takes 30% on the payout. Now, that being said, the important thing here is that Spotify only takes 30% of all the streams that are coming from discovery mode. So they're not, decreasing your payout for whatever came from your profile or your third-party playlist or whatever it is. Only the streams that discovery mode actually gave you, they will kind of deduct 30% from it. And that, to me, is like an absolute no-brainer.
I think it's a no-brainer. It's a win-win. Yeah. I mean, the only thing potentially is if you're opted in and you already have radio algorithm, could that potentially go down and get replaced by discovery? I don't know. And then possibly there is an equation to work out how worth it is. But it's 99% of the time it's worth it. Yeah. I mean, for context, I've had friends who've moved whole catalog from a discovery mode distributor to, well, they moved to another one with discovery mode, but it was opted out as soon as they moved in, and they had a decline of, I'm trying to do some maths in my head, but about 70% of their whole catalog streams declined.
Just went down.
Which is absolutely nuts, and it just shows we are kind of by the balls at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, we also offer discovery mode at Dictus, and we've seen some huge benefits. So we have releases that grew like 1,300%, right? And there are also tendencies that if you have a track that already works well and turn on discovery mode for it, right? Spotify will push it out wildly. And if it's a good track that has a good save rate and that's kind of resonating with the audience already, that thing might just go wild within the algorithm.
But interestingly, going back to the third-party stuff, we've had examples where pre-discovery mode, we had records where we were pushing it with third-party because that was the way to do it, and it was triggering radio. All the third-party playlists dropped after 6 months or something.
Yeah.
We probably pulled at 5,000 to 10,000 streams a day at the start. 6 months in, probably trickling around 500 a day. Discovery kicked in first of the month on whenever we opted it in, and pretty much 3-4 months later we were seeing 70,000, 80,000 streams a day.
Yeah.
Which is just crazy, but it makes me question if was that third party what triggered it initially? But I don't know.
It might have, it might have. So if it's a good track, right, and you trigger interaction engagement on the release through third party, get the popularity score for the release up, right, and then turn on discovery mode for it, then Spotify will just push it out into the algorithm.
I mean, they have to try it as well.
Yeah,
I mean, the data builds data.
Yeah, and
so.
the thing with algorithmic playlists in general is that you can hit a positive feedback loop, and you might have a release that's 3 years old, getting like 800K algorithmic streams. That's very, very possible. So I would say yes, I guess so.
Yeah, exactly. And then hopefully that converts to people who are listening in their own library, and saving the record.
Yeah.
Where to the point, hopefully, you've built those fans off the back of discovery mode.
Yeah, which is also part of that positive feedback loop, because people are, it's called discovery mode for a reason. People are discovering the music through algorithmic playlists, discovery mode, whatever it is, save it to their own library, which in turn is also good for the data. Bigger save rate, more streams, which kind of triggers more algorithmic interaction. So that's the precise, positive feedback loop I'm talking about.
Sounds pretty good.
Sounds pretty good.
We are starting to run out of time, but what are some of the biggest suggestions or tips you can offer the audience here? Maybe something we couldn't find anywhere else.
Are you looking for secrets?
Secrets, the best secrets you can reveal.
I mean, I don't want to reveal it, but there was that one about the personalized playlist stuff, which we touched on earlier, which you didn't want to say.
True. So, personalized editorial playlist. Who knows what this is? Yes. No, not quite. But a personalized editorial playlist is an editorial playlist that is actually curated by a Spotify curator, editor, right? But the order of the tracks is determined by the algorithm, right? So you are on the editorial, but where you are in the playlist is determined by the algorithm. Is that all right? Is that true?
Yeah, I mean, you might see 80 tracks in that playlist.
Yeah.
What I would see would be different to you.
Yeah.
Because, well, behind the scenes, I guess, I mean, you're probably better explaining it. There could be 1,000 records in that playlist, but they're on rotation. And certain tracks within that personalized playlist will have those fixed positions.
Exactly. So let's talk lo-fi beats, for example. Lo-fi beats is one of the biggest lo-fi playlists out there. I think it has like 5 million followers. And the playlist itself has about 800 tracks in it, right? It's lo-fi, but 800 tracks in it. But it might have like a backlog of another 300 tracks that are circling in and out. And of those 800 tracks, maybe 15 have a fixed spot like the first 15, which obviously is where you want to get. Now, here's a tip. If you are on one of those personalized editorial playlists, and your track is just circling around in there, that's great. Still has a lot of streams.
Well, it would be less than fixed.
Exactly, exactly. But if you go ahead and share the personal link you will get from Spotify and run ads on that, right? You run ads on Meta, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok for your track on that playlist. That will trigger more interaction on that playlist for your track and will show Spotify, hey, people love this track on this playlist. And then you will, come up further within that playlist and maybe even get to one of those fixed spots, which is 10 times, 20 times the streams of what you get when you're in that algorithmic stage of the playlist.
I mean, there's definitely different stages of the algorithmic bit.
True.
I mean, we have records that are in the playlist, maybe doing 50,000 streams a day, but then there's other ones still not in a fixed spot that could be getting thousands.
Yeah.
So I guess the goal is, even if you can't do it to the point where you're going to get a fixed spot, it's just trying to nudge it up a little bit.
So if you get on an editorial playlist, you will get that personalized link. Run ads on that, believe me. Now,
but the other one was just the artist radio.
Yeah, exactly. That is something that we kind of stumble upon by accident. Now, if you're an artist, you have your artist radio, and every track has its own radio, every album has its own radio, right? If you right-click, you can go to artist radio, and every single one of you has that for your own artist profile. Now, what we stumble upon is, if you run ads on your radio playlist, because you can, right? And if you grow your own radio, for some reason it will just trigger your tracks being featured in more other artist radios, which will then in turn trigger the algorithm. That just seems to kind of work. Whenever I did that for my personal project, I went from, 10 2,000 radio streams in a 28-day time frame to 30 or 50,000 radio streams in that same time frame.
Crazy.
That's crazy. Do you have any tips and tricks?
I think I kind of set you up, to be fair.
Good.
All right, I think that does it for us here. So we're going to turn it over to you guys for some questions. Can we get a microphone over here too?
It's hard to see you guys.
Yeah, it
the
is.
Lights on.
Hey guys, I have a question for you. Being an artist and trying to get as many releases out as possible, is there anything you can say about that? How much should we release? And is there like, shall we keep gaps in between, like 2 weeks, 3 weeks, even more, even less?
So I guess this question kind of has two aspects to it. The first aspect is like the actual algorithmic thing that we're talking about, and the other aspect is just marketing strategies in general. Now, to me, it kind of depends on the genre for the marketing side of it, because like a commercial pop song has like a longer release cycle than lo-fi, for example, right? But if we're only talking algorithmically, there's one important thing you have to know. You can only have one track in release radar at a time. So you will need to leave that track some space to breathe within that algorithmic playlist. So if you release weekly, every release only has 1 week in release radar, which is not enough, because you can go up to maybe 4 or 5, 6 weeks in release radar before like Discover Weekly and stuff triggers.
Yeah, but I guess my question as well would be, what's the focus of your project? You're just trying to make income? Because if you're able to just produce a ton of records every week, possibly consider putting on other Alias projects as well.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we both have various Alias projects just to spread output, because why not? But I mean, as a label, we tend to try and say 4 to 6 weeks between each release for, for the artist.
Which would also be enough for the algorithm to kind of do its thing.
Yeah, it's kind of a middle ground, I guess, because also just pitching as well.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not going to pretend we're doing DSP type stuff, but you know, exactly, it's, yeah, you probably should allow 4 weeks.
I would say 4 weeks is a good thing.
All right, so let's move on to the next question. Gentleman in the back over here.
Hello. So my question would be more about the platform, because you're talking how to hack the algorithm with Spotify mainly. And as an electronic artist, I'm often using SoundCloud to share my tracks and putting more focus on that. Mm-hmm. So would you recommend to focus everything on Spotify for growth, or do you think it can feed into each other in some way?
Well,
SoundCloud is insanely powerful at the moment.
It is.
The conversions are nuts.
Yeah.
So I mean, we've probably been very biased this whole talking about
Yeah.
Spotify, but that's only because that's where we've kind of had our whole basket for the last couple of years.
True. Maybe from the distribution perspective, obviously it's important to kind of play on every platform. But you know, this panel was about Spotify, and I would say if you have like something go viral on SoundCloud, for example, and people are coming over to Spotify, that again would be perfect, right? But you know, revenue-wise, Spotify is the big player in the industry.
But I mean, just discovery for records. I'm personally finding, if I'm looking for records to play in a set, I would quite often go to SoundCloud, look at related tracks, just because the suggested record seems to be better than Spotify. Yeah. I mean, the Spotify is so heavily based on discovery mode, everything else we've spoken about, and I feel SoundCloud is kind of a wasteland, like in a good way, where you'll probably stumble across records you wouldn't get associated with normally. So I would push it as hard as possible. True. To be honest, for a lot of us, that's where we started as well.
Yeah. So if you're not concentrating on Spotify at all right now, I would go ahead and do so.
All right.
Hi, I'm Philip.
Hi, Philip.
My question is, could you explain to me, or maybe us, how does a conversion campaign look like?
that's a whole panel in and of itself, man.
I mean, ads is crazy. It's a crazy topic.
Yeah, but
maybe some
key
takeaways.
Yeah, just overall, you have different objectives that you can choose with basically every platform that you market on. Let's talk Facebook, for example. And you can choose the objective between, sending messages and calling in, traffic, which is something you don't want to do, and then conversion, right? And it's just that Meta optimizes differently. Meta tends to optimize for whatever you want, right? And if you tell Meta, hey, we want to have conversions, they will optimize towards conversions. And a conversion campaign is usually, link click stuff on Instagram stories, for example, right? And that will lead to a landing page like Hype did, Toned, and what are we currently using? Artist Hub.
I mean, that's another topic as well.
Yeah.
With running ads.
Yeah.
We've been heavily looking into just the landing page you run.
Yeah.
A lot of landing pages don't seem. I mean, if you're running TikTok ads, you might get stuck in a browser after you open it.
True.
I mean, imagine spending a ton on ads and everyone can't actually open Spotify.
Yeah.
It's kind of simple things like that where, really do your homework. Even, I don't want to say names of platforms in case anyone is here from those, but I mean, Artists, what did we say? It was called Artist Hub.
Artist Hub, yeah.
Yeah, they, for some reason, their conversion it seems to be crazy at the moment. It just pulls straight through and the app opens. It's things like that. I mean, if it's a 20% more successful rate,
you're going
to be saving a ton of money.
Yeah, and the thing with conversion is that Meta optimizes or tends to optimize for the button on the landing page, right? So it's not for only link clicks and swipe ups, but whenever someone swipes up, they get to a landing page where, there's your artwork and there's Spotify, Apple Music, whatever it is. And Meta optimizes for that Spotify button to be clicked and shows it to more people that tend to click on Spotify buttons on that landing page. And that just makes more sense for ads, yeah. But again, that's a big topic.
It also just in general goes back to what we've been talking about, is just clean data.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're a German artist who's trying to push the techno scene or something,
yeah,
you probably want to be doing good German ads.
True.
I mean, the other interesting thing as well is originally when we were doing ads, we were saying the target audience interest was people who listen on Spotify, people who like deep house. But we found recently it's just
leaving it open.
Kind of leaving it open. Letting the Facebook algorithm or the Meta algorithm,
figure out the targeting.
Exactly, and then run lookalike audiences and stuff like that.
Okay, next question.
Hi guys, my name is Lex, and thank you for all the insights. My question is about the visual part of Spotify, because we're talking about the music and how it triggers the algorithm. But my question is, how much impact does it have, the profile picture, the artwork, the canvas, now that is also a bigger thing? Like, I get the part that it's a visual attraction for the user, but does it actually trigger also something algorithmically, like behind the scenes?
I'm definitely not Spotify to be able to answer that question properly. But
I mean, they do those fan studies on Spotify every year, right? And I don't have the numbers in my head right now, but if you have like a canvas on your track, you will have like a bigger conversion rate of people coming back to your profile or the track or saving the track, which then in turn, in theory, would say that, hey, if you have a canvas on your track, right, visually, and people tend to come back 20% more, that might be interesting algorithmically. But I wouldn't say just having it on there without any people listening in at all would change something, no.
But in general as well, we haven't really spoken too much about passive listening.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a whole other topic as well.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you want someone to convert to your socials or actually be a fan of you, you should probably have a photo of yourself. I mean, even pitching-wise as well, like a lot of our artists are faceless, and we pretty much get feedback from editors saying, okay, you need to kind of have real artists. Who are they? Are they doing live? Are they doing socials? I mean, even recently when we spoke to US Spotify, they mentioned yeah, they prioritize follower accounts
Yeah.
rather than monthly listeners now. So even if you've got 10 million monthly listeners and no followers, it's not a great position to be in, unfortunately.
Yeah. But in general, with the rise of AI as well, if you see the numbers of uploads of AI music to Spotify, you might want to think about having your real face, some good press shots, some visually pleasing stuff that kind of just tells you apart from all of the coming AI stuff. That's going to be very, very, very important in the future, but not too much algorithmically.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we got one more, and that's it.
Hello. First of all, thank you so much for the topic. I really enjoyed it. And my question is, so from your guys' experience, when it comes to running this conversion campaign,
yeah,
what would be the, let's say, strategies to put yourself, the playlist, on top of the game? For example, when it comes to content creation or specific playlists, how would you guys approach it if you're trying to develop new playlists? Because right now the market is very much saturated. So what would be the strategies to promote the playlist, that make it stand out?
I would say testing is the first step, because, you know, with running ads and conversions, you will, if you have like a bigger budget, testing is going to be very, very important. Just testing different audiences, testing different visual videos and stuff.
I mean, also just testing different playlists.
Yeah.
And when we've done a various amount of different playlists, and it's usually the ones that are a little bit more obscure, that aren't saturated.
Yeah.
Maybe they're seasonal as well. I mean, one of the ones we do, for example, is Ibiza. Pre-season Ibiza is, a time people are actually interested to look at a playlist like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, it's across a lot of, you kind of need to find your own pocket.
Yeah.
But
so to answer your question, I would say just test everything you can, test different playlists, test different videos, test different audiences. And when you found the ad that kind of did the best, just keep it on. Let the marketing algorithms of TikTok and Meta do their thing. Find the right audience for it. And if you have something that works in conversion, that has a very good cost per conversion, don't do anything. Just keep it on.
yeah, we can get into ranking as well, but that's a whole other...
Whole other panel, yeah.
More ideas for next year, then.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, thank you guys so much for coming in. Really appreciate it.
Thank
Hope
you
you
very
enjoyed
much.
our panel.
Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. If everybody can take a seat, the people that want to participate, other ones can also stand, but please be quiet. Thank you very much. So, yeah, welcome everybody who's here, and welcome to our guests tonight. We are talking about crafting careers, the art of artist development and management, and also with a special focus on brand identity for artists. And well, we have here Yvonne Hartmann. She's an expert in visual branding and helps artists to develop their vision in terms of visual branding and to get them to look good on on all sorts of platforms. And then we have Jan. You are working on different projects, I hear, but you have your agency now. Agency is starting, is it? Sorry, that mixed you up. You're starting agency.
Yeah, I started 10 years ago. So.
Okay. Well, we will go deeper into that then. And sorry, I mixed you up. And Robin, you are starting. Wait.
So I'm Jan, and I work in artist management.
But we have
Yvonne over here doing branding and everything visual related, and then we have Robin from DJ Mag, who not only does DJ Mag but also artist management, all rounder basically. Yeah.
That's why I had it mixed up. Okay, yeah, I had him under DJ Mag. Okay, really sorry. But we can maybe start if you can introduce yourselves and a little bit the work that you do and the projects you're working on.
Yeah, so my name is Jan. I work in the industry for about 12 years. Like I think every one of us in the industry, I have done and already and still do a lot of things. Was running for 6 years quite bigger brands worldwide with residencies on Ibiza, at Amnesia. One of the brands is called Height, which is still, I think, out there. I'm not working with them anymore. After that, running on the event side, I was then changing the sides to the agency side, from doing label management to artist booking, so as an agent. Then turned over to another agency, did then artist management, while at the same time, which I still do, I have a record label, and I run a variety of brands all over Europe in the capitals of the cities. We have Amsterdam, Berlin, London, and so on and so on. Yeah, and now, as he said, just started my own management agency, which is called Unleash. The record label, you know it maybe, it's called Home Again. We just did a festival in RSO. It's a housey record label, which does now with the event side more broader types of music, from trance to techno to tech house as well.
Yeah, hello, I'm Yvonne. I have also been working in music for about 12 years now, starting as a graphic designer and photographer at Native Instruments. Worked there for 7 years, and 4 years ago I started my own business as a freelancer, as an art director, consultant, and photographer in visual branding. I help artists, labels, and other companies in the industry to define their brand and then translate it into coherent and authentic visual content. And I also offer workshops related to branding, workshops, and we'll release an online course soon as well, specifically for musicians. And that's it, I guess.
Yeah, I'm Robin. As already said, I started 10 years ago at the agency, which originally started as a booking agency, more like in the commercial EDM dance music segment. We are also doing a couple of management topics, which are also more related to German territory dance music artists. Besides that, since over 2.5 years, we are owning DJ Mag for the German market. DJ Mag Germany, we are having a content creation, social media consulting agency where we are working together for big festival brands like World Club Dome, Heide Park Festival, even are designing CIs, for example. We designed a Zeitgeist by Virgin Records for Universal and a couple of other things. And we are very widely specified into more the commercial dance music topics, but of course there's a big variety, and especially in modern times with festivals and shows getting more diverse, it's always important to also talk with other artists or other managers from other genres.
Thank you very much for the introduction. And we will also take questions, but it's better, I think, we take them at the end to not interrupt the flow of the talk. So if you have any questions, please keep them in mind or write them down, and then at the end we will do a proper Q&A session. So should we dive in with the first subject that we have planned for today? Well, then, the starting point would be actually the starting point. Where do you start when you work with an artist on label? How do you decide, first of all, to work with them, or how does this process start?
So maybe I jump in this for the first starting point. When I work with an artist, the principle of every brand, and this is a credit to Simon Siniak, people don't buy what you do, people buy why you do it. And I give you a quick example, which I always tell my artists as well. Imagine you walk down the road and you turn around of a person who's right on the other side, and the reason why you turn around is because this person just walks down the road, very straightforward, very confident. And this is the principle of every artist, of every person in this world, of everyone who inspires people, who leads people, and who makes them follow you. You need to know where to go. You need to know your aim. And if you know your aim, you know also how to pursue it. And that's why I start with what is the principle of you. And I start quite basic normally with a brand sprint, which is a workshop of 5 hours where you go through different various parts of your personal brand. And as soon as you know who you are actually as an artist, then you can also start to build it up. Because if you have no idea who you are actually, then what are you selling? So where we start with this, we start at the basic. We start at the core of yourself, and then we talk about like aims, ideas, things which you love, things where you want to be related to, and then it's a step-by-step process. Because if you start, that's what I heard from other managements in the beginning, yeah, we do this, and then we do that, and then, man, ask this person in front of you what it wants actually, and then try to navigate through this storm of social media, of like fame and all of that, and be on that side, you know, and then you go, I mean, that's how I do it, and it works quite well, actually. And then we start from there. So this is my approach from the beginning and from the start. But I'm quite curious about Robin, actually. How does he perceive building the artist from the start?
I mean, if I'm starting with an artist, most of the time also that I'm looking, or not, I'm starting with an artist, like we are starting with the artist, what is the USP? Like there usually is always one thing that the artist can identify with, that maybe we as a team can also identify with, and together we can find the right energy. Because I really think that an artist-management relationship, and I said that last year here already, is really like a real relationship with somebody that you love, because what you connect is the love for music, or the love for the craft of art. And if you don't have the same communication type and communication style and communication level, at a certain point in working together, it will break down. Maybe in the beginning, maybe in the middle, maybe in the end. So that is usually what we do very in the beginning, checking out if we are on the same page of communication styles, and if we find a USP, and then from there on, we are starting to concept a brand idea. And a brand idea doesn't necessarily mean that it's connected to music or to something visionary or something that's really haptic. It could be in any kind of forms. And as soon as we have that one focused and written down, we try to implement it into reality, basically. And we had like one artist that we took over 1.5 years ago. He really went big now in the German market commercially. He even was in the charts lately. And his USP basically kind of was that he comes from the older Eastern German parts, and that there was no artist who does his kind of music coming from the part of Germany and plays that successfully in the Western parts of Germany. And that was the USP that we found.
Yeah, actually, also work quite similar as you do, because for my work, it's also essential to know the projects or the artist's essence, like what's the story behind it. And I also do workshops with clients first, like before starting to design anything, if it's a logo or a whole corporate design or a whole release campaign. I've put a lot of focus on the first step of research, talking to the artist, I have a very transparent process, so we would create a mood board together, but we will first focus on what are your values, what are your principles, your beliefs, what are your strengths, what's your USP, and how can we communicate that and translate it into visual assets. There are different techniques, if it's color psychology, typography, or photography, even with different photography techniques, you can also translate those emotions into photos and videos. So yeah, that's for me, it's essential to know, this basic knowledge of
like
that
the
it's
fundamental.
Defined. Yeah,
the fundamentals kind of.
It's very important that this is defined and this is on paper, because a lot of artists have that in the back of their mind. It's somewhere there, but you just have to make it come out and bring it on paper, and then there are a lot of ideas that flow.
It makes it way easier for everybody to work with those kind of pillars.
Exactly.
Right?
It
so
makes
for management or brand identity. And,
for everything. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then, well, are there any milestones that you, in this process, when it then starts, that you work with the artists, are there any milestones that you set from the beginning, or is it just, we go from here, and or do you set already goals, kind of?
Surely, you need to set goals in order to be so accountable for the work which you do. So I think goals are quite important in that process, because you want to be also accountable for the words which you put in and what you do. So yeah, there have been goals, and example from the clients I work with, for him it was when I started working with him, he's situated in the hard techno genre, and when we started working, he had already kind of a hype, but now we set kind of a goal, the bar for where we wanted to go. We reached like the 1 million followers, a huge hype around it. His name is August. He's a bit more of a controversial artist, which I love about it actually, because every news is good news, and if people talk about you, it can't be better. So yes, we set a goal of these 1 million followers, and we achieved it by the way of the strategy which we put out, and exactly what I said also in the beginning. People don't buy what you do, people buy why you do it, and this we put out there. And the reason why I think he's also so out there now on socials is because he's so relatable, he's so touchable. That's why also so controversial at the same time, because there's not this cool ethos anymore of techno. No, you're right there. Exactly. When he cries, you see him crying. When he is happy about his success, you see him happy. And you know also why. And you know also where he comes from. And this is what I think, what makes this the success what it's now. And which I'm quite proud and happy about it, yeah.
Oh, thank you. And over here, maybe some other input to milestones and goal setting?
As stupid as it sounds, like one of the first milestones that we usually have, because we really start working with artists from the lowest points, is being able to pay your bills. Because I mean, we started with a couple of really small DJ acts or like singer-songwriters, and for them it's the most necessary point in the beginning is being able to pay their flat, their food, basically everything. And that is just, I think, always depending on what kind of artist or when you start working with an artist, because I think there's not one artist that we started from at a moment where he already was able to do that in a bigger kind of way. We really crafted them. And the other big milestone usually is, how to say it, there's a flipping point where the pressure, I mean there's always pressure, but there's a flipping point where the artist is able to feel fine and relieved with the pressure of building his career, and where you can be certain and sure that he would not at any point tiptoe and be maybe getting mental health problems or something like that, because if, that is something that we are really looking out for and that we are all the time doing. We often call it and I think later we are talking about that, burnout management. Be sure from the beginning on that the artist is not only looking at his career, but he also gets the mindset of looking on to his health and his family and all these kind of things, because later in the career these topics will be way more important than any physical success or any show that he's playing.
You're good? Yeah. No, good. Okay. You mentioned already a few challenges in an artist's career. So yeah, what are the challenges that you address when you work with an artist? Do you have any challenges with artists, and how do you help?
I mean, the biggest challenge I think for artists oftentimes is talking about not his feelings, but his the mixture of his feelings and the things that he wants to succeed in. I think expectation management is from the beginning on one of the biggest and most important points, because if you as a team with the people that are working at your agency, as a manager yourself and also the artists are not aligned, and that's what I meant with the communication levels and communication styles also. If you are not aligned on these things in the beginning on, then you will always have troubles, because of course not everything is going well, and in a time of social media oftentimes you show things way better than they actually are. There's a shitload of shows that are going wrong. There's a shitload of situations we are standing at a festival and are treated like nobody, basically, in which are situations which are very inflicting on the mental health of an artist. And if you already talk about that up front, and as Jan said it in the beginning, not only tell the artist, we're going to do that, and we'll achieve that, and it will be big, and you will be great, and you are doing such a great job, and you just had the first track in the charts, and that's so amazing. But you also are going to say, hey, you got a track in the charts, but don't think that the next 10 tracks will have the same success as well. I think that is a very important point, which a lot of people miss in the beginning, and which also in the process will keep up the energy of the artist to really be able to work on himself.
Since you're a little bit closer in the field of what you work, do you have something to add to that, challenges that you would have often popping up, or that you're kind of used to seeing, and how do you maneuver these?
I think from the challenges which I face quite often with an artist is, I mean, it's a principal rule of treating your passion. Everything where you treat your passion with a lot of personal time and energy, you have doubts. And doubts, it's something which you need to be very aware of. It's something healthy. Having doubts about something which is very close to your heart just expresses how close it is to your heart. Because you're worrying about it, that it can be better, but this is also your biggest bad trait, I'd say, because it can hold you back from achieving what you really want to achieve. So having, and this is the challenge which I'm facing, and of course I can be there and pushing, but I need, of course, the creative input in that sense from the artist, because my job is to enhance everything what he wants to do. And if he has an idea, you need to create the space of freedom that he can talk about any idea he has, any push, any change in anything he wants to do, to have this freedom to do so, because sometimes the doubts are so high, you're actually not sure if this is the right idea. The next thing, which is for me, is I think also a personal topic as well, never compare yourself with others. I think the biggest toxic thing you can ever have is comparing yourself with someone else, in the sense of how successful you are, and also in the way of where you standpoint in your life. And this is what artists face a lot, because they compare themselves to other artists of that genre and that field, who they know and where they are. And this makes them sometimes sad, or sometimes proud in a negative way, where you should be also like, hey, wait a minute, you've been there as well, and hold on, don't compare yourself. Everyone has its own pace. Every person, every artist, every being. So yeah, these are some challenges, I think, which come up quite often in my job.
That very healthy message there. And how about you in your field? What challenges do you face when you work with artists, maybe at the beginning already? And how do you address these?
Yeah, I think that a lot of artists, they haven't done this exercise of really defining what their brand is, or what they want to represent. So sometimes, that is a challenge for both, because then I ask some questions and they're like, I don't know. So then we do this exercise together, and I give them some questions that might help them, guide them a little bit in finding out, and that always works really well. I think also a lot of artists are overwhelmed with the amount of possibilities today for communication, like social media, but
where to focus.
Where to focus, and yeah, that is a challenge that I always perceive as well.
Do you think that sometimes a lot of managers are in the beginning not taking care of that enough with their artists. Like, I think you are also having clients which are not only artists, but also maybe artists and management and agencies together, as I understood it, and that sometimes management should be more aware of that and help them out more, not only look at like event and release success.
Yeah, I think a good education also for the artists would be good in this sense. Like, you know, like maybe not using all of the different social media channels, but focus on maybe just at the beginning, focus on 2 or 3 where really your target audience is, and then really feed these channels in an effective way instead of using or playing, I don't know, 10 different channels and then not really using any effectively.
Not gaining any on any, yeah. So this is already talking also about the artists themselves. If they, does it require actually business knowledge from them? How important is this for an artist actually to understand music business nowadays? Is this, how important would you rate it? Anybody can answer.
A very good question. I love that question. The reason why this is, I think it's important for an artist to know the business side of it, because sometimes there are also artist managers who don't have the best interest of yours. And in this world, what I learned in my experience in the last 12 years, you never can trust anyone. I'm sorry to say this, but this is just the case, because in the end, it's just a business. And you need to be, I mean, it's for sure, it's not a you have to, but it's a good advantage which you have if you know some rules of the business, some background of it, because in the end, it's your career, what they are playing with and what they are supporting and what they are doing with. And you should be also aware of it, what is happening, and also challenge it sometimes, the decision of your management, because just because it's a manager doesn't mean he's right. So I think it's a bonus if you know the rules. And also, man, it's the work which you do and it's the world you live in and walk through. So you would be great to know a bit the rules by it, how it goes. Of course, I know it's sometimes not easy to get all the rules because it can be itty-nitty, very detailed. But you should put work in and have a bit of a listen and a read through, I'd say, personally opinion.
I would definitely say that's true. I would even say that not every artist needs a manager, because I met a lot of artists which were way better without a management or went out of a management later on and had a way better career, because, as said, communication styles is a very big topic. And I think there's one big thing when it really comes to like music management or music rights topics. It's the one thing that I learned that I'm always also telling young artists that are not working with us. Never give away your rights, because that's something that a lot of young artists are doing, and that's also always the first thing that we oftentimes see people signing record and label contracts or artist management contracts or whatever, where they're giving away their full rights, and that's a very big mistake. And there's a lot of like old school artists who are the artist managers who are doing that. And besides that, I mean, I'm seeing it a little bit differently than Jan. Maybe I can understand the approach of not trusting anybody, but I mean, you need to trust somebody. But for sure, I mean, I'm an artist manager. We have a management company. We have our own interests, of course. We do publishing, we do label sites and stuff like that. We also, of course, need to work in a strategic way to be able to pay our employees and stuff like that. So if I'm, as a human being, transparent, and as an artist manager, I mean, there's not only artists, but also business people inside here. Of course, sometimes you need to take decisions at a certain moment, which way you are going. Sometimes you are deciding for something that is more profitable maybe for your company. And I think that's also okay if in the general way and in the total picture, you are treating the artist in a kind of right kind of way, and you are acting in his general best interest.
I have to add something, because Robin is also right. Of course, you have to trust somebody, but you need to earn that trust, yeah? So maybe to give a bit of an edit to what I said, never trust no one. I would say start with never trust no one, but then these people and the service agencies who's working for you earn your trust, then you should trust them, because in the end, the management or an agent, they are there to guide you through the jungle of music business, for sure. So yeah, to an edit to what I said before.
Fair enough, fair enough. So now coming to brand identity and the actual work on the visual part of the brand identity, well, how do you apply it? On which, where can you actually see the work that you put in on brand ID or brand identity? Where does it show? On which levels?
So the question is, what is the brand identity?
Yeah,
or?
well, first, yeah, how do you define it maybe, and then where do you apply it?
Yeah, so the brand identity actually includes more than just visual elements. It is the language you use. It is maybe your stage design. Maybe like if we apply it to the music industry, it's everything that, everything of your appearance, online, offline. Then the visual identity would be the graphical part, the visual part that we see. So a lot of artists ask me, do I really need a logo, for example? And I say, well, you don't necessarily need a logo, but it makes you more recognizable maybe. It doesn't need to be a logo per se, but it may be the same typography you use, the same font you use for your artist name, for example. This can already create some sort of visibility and recognizability. If you use the same color palette on your general communication, not for all album covers or stuff like that. But that is definitely something that can create this visibility first and give a more professional look and feel, but also create recognizability. So if people keep seeing that logo, color palette, whatever, connected to you and your music, then this can boost your music and create a story around it.
Now, when you talk about also the offline sort of appearance, do you actually talk about the stage appearance, about what they have to dress, and or?
It's not my focus point. Like it's not my expertise, but I do work with stylists or fashion designers that add their part to it. So, for example, I have a coaching program where I go through the different steps to define the artist's brand. And then I would present like maybe a concept for a possible logo design, color palette, photography style, that kind of thing. But then I work with a stylist and a fashion designer, and they would add maybe like a style mood board to it.
Different inputs.
That, exactly. That enhances the brand.
Mm-hmm. How about you when you work with the brand identity of artists?
I think there are two topics, the online, the offline thing, and I think which is interesting for the offline thing is that, the social environment, as you used to say, entourage of the artist even can make an impact, because what I see oftentimes, we are coming from the live field, is there are a couple of artists who really mastered the craft of having an appearance even in the backstage in a very, stylish or in a kind of very professional way, where you already see at that point there really is an artist identity and a branding, and you really see that if somebody is on a festival who mastered that craft, that every step they are doing also transfers then to social media and all these kind of things, and that you really have this touchable point which Jan also talked about, which not only inflicts the artist but also the people around the artist. So, for example, on the management field, I'm having a business partner who was just on tour with one of our artists, and even people came to him in the venue like, hey, you are the manager of that artist, and it would be great to take a picture with you because we really like you from the stories and from stuff like that, and all these kind of things, and also help you build a community and a community branding, and that is where we are more specified. Like we are more specified in this whole community branding and idea of the artist, and then for the whole visual part and things like that, we are working together with experts like Yvonne, who can help us out to really also transfer that on social media or other parts.
Yeah, since you mentioned social media, let's continue a little bit with social media. Where does social media come in apart from these examples? Because there are a lot of touching points, I think, in social media for brand identity.
Social media is a very big field. In our system, we have a couple of touch points. Of course, we have the festivals, we have the club shows, we have the artist releases. So, for example, if you are having a track release that you are beforehand working on a TikTok campaign, working on a social media campaign in general, but that is something that we usually do not in-house that much. We get agencies for that, or we work together with the label side very hardly. Besides, of course, the artists that we manage themselves have a strategy behind that. But if it really comes to, like track, social media management, there's a couple of partners that we always involve. So we are not that big into that field. But I think Jan can definitely say some things, because August mastered that craft, in my opinion.
So I think we are one of the few management agencies who do also marketing in-house. And I can tell you social media is a very, very, very big role nowadays in terms of success or awareness or just touching points with your target group. First of all, it's a question what you want to achieve with this platform which you use. Because each platform has a different way and also aim to succeed and also to get there where you want to be, and also further on the content which you put out on these platforms varies. You have a short form content on TikTok which is way much more engaging, way much more raw than what you have, for example, on Instagram. So what works on TikTok works on Instagram, but what works on Instagram doesn't work on TikTok. Further on Facebook, I know everyone knows of you, it's done, and it is done. Depends also on the age group. But as our age group from the business we are in is quite young and also just 5 years old, it's over. But what is even more interesting is how it looks in the future, actually, on these social media platforms, and what role has music there in per se. When you hear, for example, that TikTok is investing very much into the creation of music in artificial intelligence, but how can you brand your artist on these various platforms when your music is not relevant on this anymore if they don't need you? Then it's a content creator in the end. And that's how you should see it also, as a content creator, and also the brand which you do. And when we come to August, to that point, August, for example, we position him as I said before, very relatable, very close by, and very one of you type of person, basically, who comes from zero and went to 1,000. But as I said in the beginning, it depends on who you are as an artist. It all comes back to the major thing. It's like, what is your core? Yeah, and what also Yvonne very well said, what are your values? So if you are someone who is not so outgoing, totally fine. Then build your brand around it to be not so outgoing. Just very important, find your niche. Yeah, and then everything follows. Then you also know how to brand yourself on social media. I don't know if this answered the question. I feel like a bit lost track of it, but I hope you got the idea.
That's okay. Yeah, I think it's also very important that they feel actually comfortable with the decision, that everybody, management and the artists, feel like they're okay, this is spot on, this is something where I feel comfortable, and I'm not pushing them maybe into areas where they don't feel comfortable, where it becomes unnatural and all these things. And this comes already to the strategic planning and strategic part of doing these kind of jobs. When you're creating this creative vision, sometimes it can happen that you have actually this kind of conflict, and you also have to take decision as management between something creative and that you would like to do, but then on the commercial side of things that it might not be the best decision commercially speaking, or maybe management wants to go that direction, or a label and the artist doesn't want to. How do you handle these situations? Like if there's this creative...
Sorry, can you ask this again?
Yeah, if there's a creative conflict, if you have a vision, but you know that commercially speaking, if the artist, for example, comes with some crazy idea, and then you as management know, okay, this might not be the best way to do, and if you have a dispute like this, how do you handle these things?
I had this situation also lately quite often, actually. So when it comes to these situations, when the artist has an idea to approach a topic, to be reaching that aim which we have in his way, but I, from my expertise, would say commercially wise, it wouldn't be able to reach that goal. I would always remind him, okay, where do you want to go? Where you want to be? You know, what does it lead to with this idea which you have? And then I'm quite actually objective with this, and I say like, okay, let's talk about Spotify. For example, you want to release your track on 12 minutes long, but you still want to have 1 million monthly listeners. It just doesn't work, unfortunately, these days. Like that. We consume music in a very short amount of time, and also music which gets consumed on Spotify is very short. So that's why you have these radio edits and these radio versions of a song. So yeah, you can release that track on 12 minutes, 100%. Who am I to judge? But you need to be aware of it, that you don't reach that goal which you set yourself. So in the end, it's his decision. You as a management, you just give options, right? So you give the good option, but you give also the other options. And if he says, okay, I pick this one, it's his choice. It's his career. We just here to support. That's how I approached. I know also other management who just said, you give him a very worse option and you give him the option which you like, which you want to have actually. So there are different ways of approaching your job. That's how I approach it. But I'm curious about Robin, what he would say.
Yeah, honestly, not very different. I mean, it doesn't make sense to convince your artist of something that he isn't convinced of, because he will do it half-hearted. He will not really put the effort into it that is necessary. And people will see that on social media, because authenticity is the most important thing. And then people really won't be attached to his communication and marketing style. And so basically, most of the times we let it go. It's more the other way around. If it's something that he is that he wants to do that we could be worried about that it could harm him in any kind of way, then there can be the point where we are really strict and just say, no, you won't do that, because sometimes, as hard as it sounds, you need to protect an artist from himself, because he might be maybe not happy with something else that just happened, and then he has this inner urge to have his next success or something good going on, and then he's maybe doing a decision that is contrary to the things that are happening. And that is something that I did a couple of times, that I told somebody, you're not going to upload that video, you're not going to do that release or that remix, because it's not really something that benefits you. You are just now at the moment hectic, and you are not really in the middle of yourself, and that's the reason why you are thinking you must do this now. Yeah.
Very good reasoning.
I think this is actually the key point, what also Robin said, of every decision which has to be made, always put the pressure out of it. As Robin said as well, I think that's a very good point. Always try to give every decision to be made 3 days time to think about it, because always then you will come up with more thoughts, and you will be a bit more, how do you say, distant from it to make a better decision.
Does it come to any conflicts when you work on the creative vision with artists?
I guess applied to my work, a possible scenario would be I present a color palette or color palettes, and the artist says, I don't like these colors, personally. Okay. It never happened. I mean, I base everything on this first phase of really defining the essence. Mm-hmm. And that's why I also work very closely with the artists, very transparent, and I take the time we need for it. Because it doesn't make sense to rush it through just to have something and then not be, not stand behind it. So everything I do is based on that, and that already implies a lot of the personal taste as well, because it's based on the personality of the artist. So I don't really have these scenarios.
Kind of issues.
No.
Does it maybe happen the other way, that the artist really likes some really awful choices of colors or fonts or something, and you actually know as a professional this is not good, or this would not work, and then you maybe have to step in? Does that not happen?
Did not happen yet.
Okay.
I mean, what
Good
happened is, what happened was once that I was working on the logo of an artist. This artist wanted to change their artist name. It was originally their name, and then they wanted to shorten it. We created a logo, and then at some point they were like, "Oh, so now realized that if I change my artist name, I have to change all my social media handles, and then I will lose all the links. And you know. So in the end, she didn't want to change the artist name, and we couldn't really apply the same logo concept to her old artist name. So we had to find something new, and then this got really weird at some point because they were not clear about what they wanted. They didn't have this first part defined. What am I standing for? What do I really want to represent? And then I had to say, look, maybe you do this exercise, and when you have it clear, you come back, because right now I can't help you. I can't. If you don't have it clear, I can't translate this into visual concepts. So
absolutely,
that
makes sense. A lot of lost time that way, and you go in circles, kind of.
And sometimes it's like that.
Well, very good. Then the importance of collabs, and totally different subjects now, but to grown artists, we know that it's usually good to share an audience, to get more exposure. How important do you see the work of collabs? How do you facilitate that maybe for your artists?
I want to give credit now to a very good, it's kind of a journalist, he's also artist management, which I recommend you also to check out on Resident Advisor. He has on Instagram like notes on yellow, and he said something which is very, for me, stick to my head, and which is very much true. Collaboration is key to success. I think collaboration gives you so many advantages and gives you so much bonuses, not only having access to the listeners of the other artists, but also to change up your music a bit, to influence two different styles, but also to be involved in the worlds of the others, and also support and working together has only bonuses for me personally. What I also have from, I just forgot his name, so that's why I don't name him now, what he said on his note. And I think for me, collaboration, as he says, the key to success. So I highly recommend it to a lot of artists. And what you can see nowadays, especially, it also arrived at in pop music, that electronic music collaborates with pop music, as you can see with Chiago and Marlon Hofstad, or you see it at Shoki with any other hip-hop artist, as with Ikimel, and some other electronic artists as well. I think nowadays collaboration, you can't get around it. And if you do it on your own, you can, but you have a disadvantage to others.
Anything to add?
Yeah, I think this is a good example of like an offline branding area as well. So if you collaborate with other artists, with, I don't know, any kind of like producers or bookers, labels, any kind of collaboration partner, you can always ask yourself, is this partner, are we sharing values? Is this enhancing my brand identity? Is this, does it align with my brand? And that can also enhance your branding as well and add to it.
Yeah.
So,
it might rub off a little bit on you, kind of getting associated with that brand, and
Yeah, and also, sometimes you don't have a choice. Maybe you don't have 5 labels that would work with you. But if you do have the choice, then it's good to maybe think about it and see who maybe aligns better in that sense.
These opportunities.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then the key question actually to artist development and management, when does it actually make sense to have a manager, or to get a manager, or to think about having a manager?
Yeah, I think that question came up last year in the same kind of way for a booker. And actually, I think there's not a certain point that you can define. It always really depends on what kind of artist you are and what your your USP is, basically. For example, we started managing songwriters which we are in the very beginning. So basically, like writing songs since 2 years and doing like 3 or 4 track recordings, which they did in their cabin, in their clothing cabin, in their own room. And then later on, we basically made them go gold or something else with songwriting collaborations. So at that artist or songwriter situation, it can be somebody who's really at point zero. But on the other side, for example, when it comes to commercial DJ acts, it doesn't make sense to work together in most cases within management before all these things that Yvonne, for example, said are already cleared up. Because somebody who is an artist on the songwriting side, it's all about music, but somebody who's like a DJ act or something like that, there are so many questions that he should have defined by himself before talking with the management, because the management doesn't know anything about him yet. And if he doesn't know himself who he is, the manager cannot work with him. He will maybe have success if he's lucky with placing a song in a good kind of way or anything like that. But it also always is a thing. The best thing that can happen is a hit, but the worst thing that can happen is a hit. So if you have a hit on the music side at a point where your brand identity and all these kinds are not developed, this will be your only hit. And afterwards, you will go down south and you will be very disappointed about the things that happen afterwards.
Yeah, I love that question as well, because I have this often nowadays that people come up to you when you say, yeah, you do management, and say, yeah, I'm looking for a manager. Because I have the feeling that a lot of artists, especially young and inspiring, just getting into the industry artists think like, okay, now I have an agency, next thing what I need is management, so now I will be successful. I think it's a wrong approach, absolutely. The first question which you should ask yourself is like, what do you need from a management? What do you expect from the management to do? Because based on this question, you know also, as Robin said, maybe I can do it on my own, actually. Because in the end, you pay from your fee to the management. So then you should be also aware of it, what the service you get is reasonable for what you pay. And in the end, the management can do a lot. You know, it can open doors, it can help you getting some labels into, it can build your brand. But from that, before you go into that, you should know why. Why do I need a management? Is it really needed or not, or is it just a cool thing to have? Because yeah, I have an agency, now I have a manager. Wow. I mean, it's also my job, so I don't want to like scare you away of it, but I want to be realistic about when to approach management. And also, what I can tell you as well, I just heard it from a very wise man. The management will find you, and you don't need to look for a management. I will keep that. We had this before on the call, and he said this. I think this was very nice, and this is true. A management is always on the hunt for good artists, and it will find you. So yeah, this is my little answer to if you need a management or not.
Maybe I can add one thing. For young artists, sometimes I think it's not important to have like a management, because a management oftentimes also more implies like, you know, like a big company or like a really set up construct. In the beginning, it's maybe important to just have a manager, which basically can be everybody. It can be, I mean, that can also be complicated, but it can be your dad, your mom, your sister, your best friends, whoever. It can be your neighbor, but sometimes it can already help you to have somebody to get rid of some of the tasks that are very complicated for yourself, and it can be already very helpful to have somebody to talk to, because these are two important things that, in my opinion, already can really help you to boost your career. And then it comes to that trust thing that Jan also said. Of course, it needs to be earned that you also trust that person to give away those choices and those topics.
And this is, sorry to get into that, this is actually a key factor why he said, which I think is also true, having a mom or whatsoever in the background to be a manager, because in the beginning of a management is also putting structure into the life of a creative mind. So having a friend on your side who is very organized and who is kind of then the manager, it already helps you, because in the end, what do you need to concentrate on? It's fucking music, nothing else, nothing more. Fortunately, nowadays you need to be a social media manager, marketing manager, label manager, all these things at the same time. But in the end, what comes down to the core, just taking care of music, and the rest needs to be handled on somehow. And you will manage for sure. You know people around you who believe in you, who believe in your music, as you do believe in your music as well. So there will be people who will support you for sure.
All right. So when you're building actually the career of an artist, and it has to be sustainable, right? It has to work over a longer period of time. It's not just a thing for the season usually. So how do you do about that? It's also taking into account mental health. We mentioned that already. It's obviously needed that that person can resist the stress of a music career, which is not little, so to say. But what are the things that you look out for? How do you try and kind of maybe prevent or look already into the future with these things with an artist? Like to make it sustainable.
Don't follow any trends. Don't follow any fucking trends. What is for me very sustainable is if you are your own trend, you know, because trends they come and go, but your energy, your personality, and who or what is the core of yourself as an artist will be there forever. Because as long as you believe and love it, as long it will be alive. So for me, this was always a point where I could scout an artist who I want to work with, is someone who's not just a copycat of, or like we would say in Germany, 0815, Beatport top 10, sorry to say this, if someone is here from Beatport, but this is what is really unique, you know, and someone also who is not afraid to challenge themselves, because as I said, the lifespan of your target group is 5 years. After 5 years you have a shift always, so that's why as an artist you need to develop and you need to change. If you stay in this small package where you are, you will get left behind at some point. So you always, like every human being, you need to develop, also develop yourself in the music, which is the hardest part, by the way. But this is how I see someone or find someone who's sustainable, and what I tell also my artists. Also when I create work on a brand, never copy something from somewhere, try to be somehow timeless, you know. I know it's a bit cheesy to say, but that's a bit the principle. I go for it.
I just wanted to ask you, Yvonne, what are you doing to like help building a sustainable brand identity when it comes to like the visual part? Because what I have the feeling is that everything is changing. As you said, there's a 5-year span, Jan. That everything is changing so fast, and especially like I see a huge difference before Corona and now after Corona. Do you have also like artists which are coming to you and asking you, which already had like a visual appearance, that you completely restructure it to make it more sustainable?
Yeah, actually I had one of my first projects was a rebranding, because the band, they had a logo, they had like a visual appearance, but they felt like after a few years that it was not representing their core anymore. So they asked me for a rebranding. The band was called No Soy Yo, and it turned out to be completely different, but also I mean, you evolve as an artist, you evolve as a person, and at some point your brand has to evolve as well in that sense. Obviously you don't want to change your logo every year or two, but it makes sense to every 5 years or so, or whenever you feel it's not really representing you anymore, then think about how to change it. But I also agree with Jan that maybe following every trend is not really sustainable either, because you do want to be coherent in your communication and across the channels, because that is how you get this visibility and recognizability. But of course the brand has to evolve. I mean, the big brands also changed their logos at some point and adapted a little bit to the new times, but especially to their new cores and values.
So revisiting kind of from time to time, checking in with your brand identity kind of is a healthy thing to do.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. This was the subject of mental health. We didn't touch too much of it, but would you like to say a few words maybe about mental health, how important that is, or how do you support your artists in that area?
I think we haven't talked enough about mental health. I think it's a topic which is very, very, very important. And I can see it with over the last 12 years with artists I work with. One story which I never forget is what a quite influential artist told me once. Imagine on the weekend you get loved by millions of people, and then there's Tuesday and you're alone at home and there's no one. And you have this every weekend. And this over the years, this really, I never forget this, and I think about this quite often, and this is so true, like this appreciation which you get every weekend from so many people, and then you're all by yourself. This is something, besides the alcohol, besides the drugs, besides the traveling, it has an effect on you, and it gets worse over the years. So I think it's very important to talk about these things. It's very important to make aware that we all are some kind of suffering maybe from something like this. And I think it's talked too less about it, especially like in this high society music world which we are living in. So yeah, and Robin had some good points about it, I think, about how to approach it also with his artists, right?
I think, like, for our company speaking, you have, I mean, in the commercial EDM dance music world, you had that whole Avicii thing going on, which really like started that topic, making it big worldwide. And it's a lot of talks about the artists, which is great. But I think, obviously, the artists are the one half of the industry, and the professionals, the management, are the other half of the industry. And if those people are not talking with each other, and those people are also not able to transparently communicate their feelings, and maybe also if they are not feeling that well or having mental health problems or things like that, then it also obviously inflicts the artists. So I think what is very important for the business side is not only, of course, helping your artists being healthy and talking with your artists and things. It's also the other way around, between managers and managers being honest, and also publicly being honest about things not going well, about not feeling well, with the people that are working with you, telling them this. You do not need to be in this century anymore, be that CEO who is always the first coming, the last going, who's always running through every wall. It's totally fine to tell your team, I'm fucked up, I'm having a bad time, why the hell ever. And only if you do that, you can also sustainable be sure that your artists will follow that picture as well. Because I think oftentimes we dismiss the fact that obviously artists are looking also kind of maybe looking up to their managers. And if you are doing all the bad things that, especially with young artists, that are inflicting the artists, then obviously the artist is going to follow your path. And I think that the newer generation has a lot of chances because of social media and also being more authentic on social media to communicate more transparent about these things. And yeah, that is my point.
What is also important about that when we're talking about the business side of it, I don't know how it's about you guys, but I think like at some point you're in a kind of a 24/7 work loop, which is very, very big, has a big disadvantage also on your mental health. What I realized, what helped me a lot was introducing a Yande. And a Yande means like I partially turn off my phone and have a dedicated day where I just do stuff which I like, and I'm not communicating with anyone on social media, just with myself and maybe some newspapers or so, and going into the nature, roll a joint and enjoy my life. And this helped me a lot over the last years, just doing stuff on my own and not talking to anyone, because as you probably also know it as well, like you're constantly in conversations with someone. Maybe have a conversation with yourself. Ask yourself some nice questions and how you're doing. No, to be real, for real, this helped me a lot also, because at some point you don't realize it after all these years, like how much of a damage it actually has on your mental health to be in this loop of work, especially in this industry, for so long, unless it's too late. So yeah, thank you for asking this question. I think it's a very important one.
I have so many more questions I could ask you, and we can go on forever. I would say there's so many things to add to this, but we're running a little bit out of time, so we're going to get to our Q&A session. But before we do that, let's just summarize a little bit the key getaways of what it takes, like what makes this work that you do. What does it make? What makes it work, so to say? Are these things, we mentioned them already, which are important for artists? Well, one thing for certain is be true to yourself, right? Don't follow trends, and find yourself in a kind of vision, a mission, and to express that later. But other points that we mentioned, do you want to pick something up from there, from these takeaways that you think that are really important, like what we talked about today?
So maybe start. know in the beginning, if you're talking from an artist management perspective, who you have in front of you and what this is all about. Then in terms of social media, you will go on brand development and on it. In terms of social media, know which platform you use for which target. It's important to know the targets, to know also the way how you use it, know your content which you put out there, not following any trends, although you need to be somehow in the trend area.
But without giving up your artistic vision or anything. Not too many compromises, so to say. Yeah.
Yeah, for me it's actually the same. Define your core, find out what you really want to represent, and find out about your target audience, and then based on that, create your tone of voice in a brand term.
And I think never think you have it all figured out, because for me, for example, I'm always curious to learn more, and I was very thankful to sit with those two here, because the input that I got from them already helped me as in my business. So on the other side, as an artist, same for you. Even though the things that we've said now, there's always something to add.
All right, very well. Then now it's your turn. Do we have any questions in the crowd? Let me see. Oh, there. Let me just come over here, give you a microphone. It's this one, right? Or do you have another one?
I get.
Oh, you have one. All right.
So you said that it's the manager who go to the artist, but what does an upcoming artist need to have before getting the chance to get trusted by a manager or to get contact by a manager? What are you looking for? What the artist need to focus on more?
So for me, from my management perspective per se, first question is he relevant, or she or they? Are they relevant? Do they have an impact on the genre or the field where they're situated at? Are they unique as well? And do they have a vision? And of course, this is one part of it. On the other side, you also need to think business-wise. What is the fee range? Where do they play? Does it make sense to invest your time in it when they're smaller, or does it make sense if they're higher to approach them if they're not represented already? So I think the artist should think about the agency before the management, because the agency helps you position yourself in different markets, and the management is just structuring it, basically.
Okay, thank you.
Here's another question in the front.
Hi. So, Jan, you talked about the toxic influence social media can have on artists, especially when it comes to comparing yourself to others. I actually have this topic with one of my artists quite regularly. I try to tell her, hey, don't compare yourself to others, always compare yourself to your older version, let's say. But I realized that she always kind of comes back. She's like, yeah, you're right, but she comes back to it, and I'm struggling to lead her away, how to stop comparing herself all the time. Do you have an idea about that?
Yeah. First of all, in these situations, I think the wrong approach is to say, stop, don't do it. Say like, if you have it yourself, because I have it, I understand you. I have the same. It hurts me every day when I wake up. It puts me back, and I'm so tired of it. Aren't you tired of it as well? The thing is, the difference of these approaches is like, of course you can say, stop doing it. Okay, yeah, what does it help you? But if it's your case, don't never lie to anyone. But if you say, I see you, I feel you and understand you, it's a whole nother level, because this is support. Now you're both in one boat. And if you're both in one boat, it's better to steer it out than to be just the captain and say, like, we go down that road. This is an approach how it helped me to connect to people I work with, to go on the same level. It's an approach you can try, or you ask her, what do you think? How can we tackle this problem? How can I help you? Firstly, it's always important to try to open yourself to it, put it on the same level, and involve the other person as well, I think. This would be my approach to it.
Very good question, very good answer. Any more questions? Can barely see, but do I see any more arms? Don't be shy. It's your last chance. No, not.
All right, very convenient, right next to me. I have a question. We've seen artists change agencies and management pretty much on a yearly basis. It's pretty much as fluctuant as the stock market, meanwhile. And it's almost, if you look at it on an international scale, to me at least, it feels like a stock market. Your artist can drop or rise in value depending on what agency or management they're with. And how do you perceive this change? Because I don't know if it was always this way in techno and hard techno especially. Also looking at more modern electronic music, how it's coming out at the moment. But what's your impression of this change in the business culture of management and booking?
Side fact, music is already stock market. Music, 60% of master rights of Michael Jackson are owned by the biggest investment firm in the world. Nowadays, the bigger market is in masters, just to have a bit of a side information to it. And it arrived already in electronic music with David Lewis. David Lewis is one part of Armada Music, one of the biggest independent labels in the world, and they started with Rhythm B, I think it's called like that, which is doing the same. They're buying masters, right, of just in a city and all of that, just as a side information to it. And to your question, I perceive it like that as well, of course, as you as an artist, with who you are related with who you are surrounded with, defines also who you are. And this, I think, this never changes because, of course, you're defined by your music, but you're also defined by where you play, who represents you, where you released your music, and you should be very aware of it, as well as if you are working in the industry on the other side, you should be aware of it with who you start working with, because this defines also the profile which you have. It's unfortunately, this is how this world works, because this is only what people see outside if they don't know you. This is what I can say to this. Or do you have any, would this answer your question in some way, or are you not, is it not answered yet?
Well, to make it a bit more specific, has that changed the way you work? Has that pressured, do you feel it has pressured the industry, especially looking at the range that you're working in with like top grade artists that are performing all over the world, and it's very competitive, but also very narrow field of agencies and managements that take on these artists. It's not like there's a whole bunch of competition in the field. So you will pretty much know the other managers and other agencies that are competing for your artists as soon as you might lack the work that will get your artists to go to the next level. So how has that impacted your job?
Wow, very good question. We are always aware of it. As a management, as an agent, that everyone is on the hunt all the time. And due to the fact that everyone is on the hunt the whole time, it's important for an agency altogether to not spread anything when is there anything happening inside of the agency, right? So because it's always at any given point the artist is able to move somewhere else, except they have a contract which is a bit longer running, right? So it made me cautious. It made me cautious about the things which I say, the things which I do, and also the decisions which I make in that sense. So the more you rise in the company which you work with or which you work for, the more you get really like, it's not a paranoid thing, but it's like more of a protective thing about what you build up, because it can be gone in an instant. It can be gone so quickly. If there's one big artist who leaves, the smaller might follow, and then everyone is gone. So I've seen agencies rising so quickly and falling immediately as well in an instance, you know. Of course, maybe because something internally happened or just one artist left. So it's, to be honest, what I feel like this every agency, like this whole industry is just like a card house, you know, which is just very wonky on like very big names. And as soon like except your Wassermann, CAA or William Morris, like the bigger ones, which are also backed up by other industries, all these smaller boutique agencies, oh man, it's a wonky game, man.
Yeah, I would like I would like to add something to that, because as Jan said, music in terms of master rights and publishing rights is already a stock market topic. And David Lewis, who Jan used to tell about, I used to work for him and the company of him. It's called Alda, which is a very big festival promoter from the Netherlands. They had a JV together with Eventum. I was there 1.5 years as an external consultant, so I really saw that also in the general event industry as well. And they, for example, David Lewis did the very most intelligent thing back like 25, 30 years ago. He diversified at a very moment where not a lot of people from the Netherlands talked about that, because in the Netherlands you have a very strict difference between agencies, between labels and publishing usually. And he basically co-founded Armada, where the DA is standing for David Lewis. He co-founded Alda, where the DA is standing for David Lewis, and he founded David Lewis. So he basically put himself into the position of controlling the market on all terms of music income streams. And then with all the artists that in his company raised up, he always picked from the booking agency side, he always picked JVs with the young management. For example, of course, he had that very big artist Armin van Buuren. They used to do, they are still doing WW, very big commercial dance music act. So he came over and co-founded the management agency with the person responsible. They used to do Maurice West, a very small commercial EDM act, which is now known as Maui P. The manager of Maui P used to be a booking agent. He started to co-found the management agency. And this system, he all the time repeated. And if you look into his book of companies he's owning, I don't know where to start and where to end. And that is the thing which he did in a very smart kind of way. And obviously you are not always able to do that similar to him, because you maybe are too focused on the artists, but you can do strategic corporations to not be that paranoid, as Jan said, to really like have influence into the market also in other segments by having agreements, for example, with other management or with other media agencies or publishing or label sites, where you basically maybe give away a couple of percentages from your income stream and get some percentage or other things from their income stream. And I think that it's more and more getting important, because as Jan said, in the Netherlands you really are seeing that all the independent booking agencies, they are breaking down. The big artists in the commercial field, they are all changing to CAA, WME, Wassermann. And I think David Lewis definitely will be one of the agencies that will survive that, but some others are not looking into a bright future.
Thank you very much. Are we good with questions? Any more questions? Last chance, but we're really over the time now, so I guess it's okay. But they can probably approach you also after that if there are any keen ideas still. So yeah, thank you very much for attending, and thank you very much for all these insights.